Doing well. Thank you so much for joining today. We are going to go ahead and get started. Today is February 3rd, and we are about to kick off our Board of Pharmacy meeting. Before we do, I'd ask Dr. Gandhi to do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Solari? Mr. Solari. Okay, Mr. Dang?
Present.
Mr. Minkus? Mr. Minkus? Can you hear me, Mr. Minkus? All right, I see his waving, so consider an aye. Mr. Leyba?
Here.
Ms. Lehan?
Present.
Ms. Wamsley?
Here.
Mr. Tong?
Here.
Mr. Goodman? Ms. Nair?
Present,
Here.
trying to get in visually.
Gotcha. Okay, and Ms. Nair. Mr. Solari? Okay, Mr. President, I'll reach out to Mr. Solari here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next, we'll move on to conflicts of interest. Ms. Snare?
None.
Mr. Minkus? I think we have a problem with Mr. Minkus's speaker. Ruben, you may want to look at that. I see that you're waving me off, so I think you're okay. Mr. Goodman? Ms. Lehan?
I'd like to recuse from the following agenda items. Under tab 4, item 4Q, complaint 20-0502, item 4U, complaint 20-0456, and then under tab 29, conference 29B, case 20-0335. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goodman?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Dang?
Yes, I would like to recuse from agenda 4W 21-0017.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms. Wamsley?
Mr. President, I've submitted mine in writing for the record. Would you like me to read them?
I'll defer to board staff if that's
There are
necessary.
a number.
It's not necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tong?
I have none.
Okay, and I have 20-0431, 7A 20-0484, 12B, 13B, number 5, and 33E. Okay. And then the only one I don't think I heard from was Mr. Solari. There he is.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Any conflicts of interest, sir?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving along to agenda item number 3. These are the meeting minutes from the past board meetings that we've had.
Hello,
Mr.
who's that?
President, I didn't have any corrections here. I'd like to make a motion to approve, unless there's
Second.
any other discussion.
Any other discussion?
Goodman, second.
Okay, so I think I had a motion by Ms. Wamsley and then I had a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Down there.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Cherie, are we ready to?
Okay, hang on one sec. Okay, moving on to consent agenda number 4 through 13. Let's take consent agenda item number 4 on its own first. And board members, any discussion or anything to be pulled for more evaluation by a full board based on the complaint committee's recommendation and review? Okay, if there's no discussion or anything to be pulled, if I could have a motion from somebody that does not have any recusals.
Mr. President, before you move on, I think there was one item on here that was for full board review, item 4U.
For you. Jennifer, did we have that pulled for full board consideration? We did? Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so we have complaint number 20-0456. This is CVS Pharmacy 9297, noting Ms. Lahan's recusal, failure to report controlled substance losses on Form 106 within 10 days. Before we get going, if Mr. Hyber is available to give us a little bit of a synopsis on this, I think it might help kind of guide the conversation.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, this is complaint number 20-456. And the type of complaint was a failure to report controlled substance losses on a Form 106 within 10 days. If everyone remembers, back during the November board meeting, the board was adjudicating a case concerning a technician and a diversion or a controlled substance loss that had occurred at this pharmacy. During that board meeting review, the board requested that a complaint be opened on the permit holder. So, which we did, and it was concerning that controlled substance loss was not reported within the 10 days. That's actually a requirement under R423-1003. During the investigation, we asked the permit holder why they waited 3 months before submitting on a Form 106. And they indicated that the delay in reporting the loss was because they wanted to do a full investigation launched by their LP team to ensure an accurate count of medications that were lost were identified. The permit holder indicated that the technician involved in that diversion was interviewed back in June 25th, and the technician admitted to taking 1 by 100 alprazolam 2, some Suboxone, 3 strips of Suboxone 8, and other medications which were not controls. The full investigation from our investigation doesn't appear, when you compare that what the technician admitted to back in June against the 106 which was submitted later, doesn't appear that there were any additional amounts lost. We requested a copy of the LP investigation, and we did finally receive a response, and that's included in your packet. And that's basically it.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. I think one thing, board staff, at the complaint committee, we had asked to see if we could indeed find notification of the 7-1 notification. Did we do that? I'm looking right now.
In my checking with board staff, those are not 106s. Those notifications are not saved.
Yeah, I got it. We were just curious to see if they did really send in a 24-hour notice of the loss alerting.
Mr. President, just some thoughts here, I suppose. Just as a reminder to the other board members, we do have a discussion about this type of matter later in the meeting. I don't know if it's premature for us to make a decision here, or if we need to have that discussion first and then come back and revisit this, or if they're two separate items entirely.
Is that, Cam, is that under your agenda item later on, or is that?
I believe it's under Jennifer's report, or Jennifer's section.
It is under mine.
Okay.
Item.
Got it. Jennifer, do you think that the discussion later, do you have more information to present to us that additional cases or trends or something that could weigh in on this decision that we make today? Should we wait and have the discussion with your report and then come back to this?
I think you could go either way, Joe. The item in my report references the rule that Steve mentioned in this complaint and discusses this very same topic.
Board members, I'll just open it up to discussion and see what questions you have and what conversation goes.
I think we should have the discussion first, maybe just pull this one out. And then after the discussion, make our decision.
Okay. Any other opinions, board members? I kind of agree with that as well. I think it might help us look at this one.
I mean, I understand what the rule says, but I also understand the necessity for doing a full investigation too. So I think it's important that we have the discussion personally.
Okay. Let's pull 4U then, and we'll return to that after the discussion under the Deputy Director's report. Okay, looking for a motion on agenda item 4, consent agenda complaints.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations.
Okay,
Goodman, second.
have a motion by Ms. Snare and a second by Mr. Goodman. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 5, consent agenda, refer to formal administrative hearing. This is a complaint. A pharmacy notified the board. The pharmacy notified the board an employee was terminated for possible unprofessional conduct. In addition, the licensee failed to respond to the board subpoena. So we have the unprofessional conduct claim and we have the failure to respond to a board subpoena.
I make a motion to approve for a formal hearing.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. President, point of discussion before we vote. So just as we're looking at this case, we do have a future agenda item later under Dr. Gandhi's report related to the passing of the proposition that legalized marijuana. And this case involved this substance. So again, I don't know if perhaps this is premature. I think another option could be to table it. I think there's positives and negatives to it, but I just wanted to point out that that could potentially impact how we handle these cases in the future. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was considering that as we're discussing and potentially voting.
The only difference is that this was before that was passed.
True.
And I think the discussion's more on how we handle it from that point on.
And team, I'm looking at it as not even looking at the unprofessional conduct, but the failure to respond to the subpoena, I think is something that needs to be addressed. So I feel comfortable moving on the failure to respond to the subpoena, and then the individual will have a chance to present their case.
I agree.
Any other discussion before we ask Ms. Snare to repeat her motion? And I didn't catch it if there was a second.
That was me, sir.
Okay. Ms. Snare, will you just repeat that for us?
Yes, I make a motion to refer to formal administrative hearing.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Snare and a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Tab 6, this is the consent agenda for the executive director dismissals and ratification. As you know, there's a lengthy process that each complaint is vetted out and reviewed by multiple pharmacists, and a decision is made by the executive director at that point to dismiss or to move forward on. I believe there were 31 in the neighborhood of those dismissals in this case. Are there any questions or are there any cases that the board wishes to pull out and have a discussion on? Okay, having said that, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda 6 executive director dismissals ratification.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Mr.
Moving on.
President, if I may,
absolutely.
just for the record, going back to the roster, Mr. Solari.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just some feedback too for the staff. There was a number of complaints here that were dismissed that we didn't have to see. So thank you for your effort on investigating and moving these forward.
I agree. Okay, looking at consent agenda agreements. Noting recusals, I would ask for any discussion or a motion on those who do not have a recusal.
I make a motion to approve the consent agreements 7A through 7D.
Thank you, Ms. Snare.
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Lahan. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 9. Dr. Gandhi, if you wouldn't mind queuing this one up, that would be great. Consent agenda approval of ACPE colleges and schools of pharmacy.
Thank you, Mr. President. On an annual basis, we have a number of agenda items that require an approval by the board just to continue our processes. This agenda item is to approve all the colleges across the country that are ACP accredited. The list was pulled from the website ACPE as they've gone through a vetting process and seem to have met all the criteria to be a legitimate College of Pharmacy producing quality future pharmacists.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Board members, do you have any questions?
No questions. I'll make a motion to approve as agendized.
Okay, I have a motion and I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Tab 10, I'm sorry, consent agenda approval of licensing exams.
I'll make a motion to approve the licensing exams.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you again. This agenda item is again, we review this once every year. These NAPLEX and PJE, foreign pharmacist exam and PTCB and accept exam are tests that we accept to allow people to be licensed to practice in pharmacy in the state. And so it is spelled out in our statute that these are requirements for licensure to take and pass these tests. And so we seek your approval once again this year.
Thank you. And I had a motion by Ms. Snare. And was there a second?
Goodman, second.
And a second by Mr. Goodman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Tab 11, consent agenda approval of designee duties.
Mr. President, if I may again, these are duties that have been assigned by the board to the executive director to perform certain tasks. You just witnessed one earlier in number 6, which is the dismissals for ratification. There is nothing new as far as approving these. We have asked for more designated duties in this legislative session, but that has not passed. And we'll continue to speak about that as the legislation moves forward. But again, this is just an annual thing just to confirm that you guys are in agreement on the duties assigned to me.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
Dr. Gandhi, just for the record, there are no new duties unless passed by the legislature this year, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
A motion and a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, also one more interjection here. Our bill is being introduced at the Senate Health this morning. I'm managing 2 conference calls right now, 1 in each year. I may have to step out for a few minutes to testify.
Understandable, and thank you. Agenda item 12, consent agenda license permit recommendations by the chair and vice chair. I will open it up to any board discussion or any questions that you may have on 12A, B, and C.
Mr. President, if I may, on 12B, I just wanted to notify board members that we did receive documentation from Ms. Llewellyn showing that she fulfilled her order with the Nevada Board of Pharmacy.
Thank you, and note. Board members, any discussion or questions before a motion?
Mr. President, I'll move to approve your recommendations.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 13, consent agenda, license and permit ratification. Board members, any discussion or questions? Also noting recusals on this. If not, I'll look for a motion.
Yeah, they look pretty straightforward to me, so I'll make the motion to approve them.
Thank you, Mr. Solari.
I'll second.
Have a second by Ms. Lehan. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 14. This is election of officers, discussion and consideration and possible action regarding the election of officers for the board. And I'll open it up to Dr. Gandhi for any type of comment before we move forward.
Mr. President, you've been gracious enough to serve 2 terms. I don't know if that's ever been done before, and so we do appreciate you stepping in and doing that for us. Every year, the Board of Pharmacy is tasked to appoint a new chair and vice chair through an election process held annually. This is our first board meeting. Granted, it's February and not January, but this is our first opportunity to change the order. And I don't know what else to add to that, Mr. President, but we'll entertain any nominations or any interest in being president and vice chair.
Thank you very much, Cam. Thank you, Cam. Team, it's been absolute pleasure serving and chairing the meetings for the citizens of Arizona and serving at the governor's pleasure. I do think that it would be nice to see some cross-training take place, and open to any discussion on the position of chair, and then we'll move on to vice chair.
I want to nominate Lori Walmsley as chair.
Okay, thank you.
Ruben is waving. I don't know what he's trying to say.
Thumbs up. He agrees.
Is that a second?
Yeah, he's second.
Okay. Any other individuals would like to come forward? Okay, having said that, we have a candidate on the floor and we will take a vote, and Dr. Gandhi, I will have you do a roll call, I guess, even though there's one. Before we do that, Ms. Walmsley, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I'd be honored to serve. It's been a pleasure to serve as the vice chair under you, President Leyba. I think you've provided some great mentorship, and I feel confident that I have the skills and ability to facilitate the meetings moving forward in your liking. So I just thank you for the nomination and the confidence in my ability to lead the board meetings moving forward. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Minkus. Thumbs up.
Yes.
Mr. Lehan. I'm sorry, Ms. Lehan. I apologize. I
Aye.
was going to say Mr. Label is pretty excited about saying yes. Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Goodman,
Yes.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Walmsley.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward with the election of vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Solari for the vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dang.
I would like to nominate Ms. Snare as vice chair.
Okay.
I think she's got a proven record of helping to facilitate the meetings in the past and would be an excellent addition.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
I mean, my opinion, I think Ms. Nair did a great job as a vice chair a couple years ago. I think we should give it the opportunity to other board members to serve as a vice chair. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dang. Mr. Solari or Ms. Snare, would you like to say anything before we do a consideration?
I would not. Nobody asked me if I wanted this position, and I would like to decline because last 3 years we've gone through this, and I don't know what to tell you. I always come one vote short, and it's no point playing this. We've seen this movie before, so I do not accept the nomination. Thank you. Appreciate Mr. Dang's consideration.
Noted, and moving on. Ms. Snare, would you like to say anything?
I appreciate the nomination, and I will do my best at doing the job to my best ability of my abilities.
Okay. Dr. Gandhi.
Ms. Nair. Let's start off with Ms. Nair.
Excuse
Yes.
me. Lori nominated Ms. Nair, but we did not have a second, according to my notes.
I will
I'll
second.
second.
All right, Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Abstain.
Mr. Minkus. Thumbs up. Aye. Mr. Leyba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong.
Aye.
Mr. Goodman.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations to our new elected officers. Looking forward to it. One request I have is Mr. Minkus, if you could sign off and sign back on, let's see if that solves your ability not to, so we can hear you. You always have something to add to our meeting, so let's see if you sign off and sign back on, if that helps. We'll pause for a moment and we'll see if that works. Mr. Minkus, can you hear us? Huh. Well, we'll have to move forward.
Yeah,
Is
that's
your,
not ideal.
no, is your, not to continue on this, but is your speaker on your phone and is the volume turned up?
Shows he's muted right now.
It does. So I wonder if he was to turn that off and turn the volume up on his device.
Ruben,
Would
can you hear us?
Maybe at a break, if Lynn could reach out by phone to Mr. Minkus and see if there's any troubleshooting that can be done. Okay, moving on to resident pharmacy permits, agenda item 16, applications requiring board review. This is applicant Meta Pharmacy Solutions. And I will defer to board staff on next steps if they're present or what they've been communicated.
Hey, Mr. President. Sorry about that. Just trying to juggle some papers here. And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong. Meta Pharmacy associated with Glendale Pharmacy. I believe we have a proposal that they introduced to us on a discussion that's supposed to take place later. Meta Pharmacy associated with Glendale Pharmacy for a $1,000 settlement on their case that we have pending. My proposal is that we discuss this application along with that complaint with Glendale. And so if we can postpone it until then, that'd be great.
Cut out at the end there.
If we can continue this discussion with Meta Pharmacy, with Glendale Pharmacy, that's to be discussed later on.
I think that's appropriate to do. Let's move on to 17A, non-resident pharmacy permit applications requiring board review. Guadalupe Pharmacy, Inc., doing business as Santa Maria Pharmacy.
Sure, Mr. President, I can speak to that. So at the December board meeting, board members asked that we request the most recent home state inspection for Guadalupe Pharmacy, doing business as Santa Maria Pharmacy. On December 14th, I contacted Mr. Solomon and requested a copy of the most recent home state inspection. I did receive that on December 28th. The home state inspection was performed on May 23rd, 2018, and it indicated that the pharmacy did not have a programmable thermometer. Compounding records do not have all required elements as described in the non-sterile compounding inspection form, and labels do not have all ingredients and amounts listed. On December 29th, I emailed Mr. Solomon and requested a copy of their pharmacy's responses to the Nevada Board of Pharmacy, as well as any additional follow-up from the Nevada Board of Pharmacy regarding these findings and the pharmacy's responses. I requested a response by January 6th. I sent an additional follow-up email on January 11th, and as of today, I've not received a response.
Thank you very much. And this was the same email address that you had been corresponding prior?
That's correct.
Okay. And board members, I'll open up for discussion, knowing that what we had already gone through the case at the last meeting. We had already evaluated what had taken place to have us look at the case. Now the follow-up has been done that we asked, and or follow-up has been attempted to be done, and we've not had a response from the owner. So it's more of not reliving what took place of the past, but looking at where we're at now. We asked for that inspection. The inspection was not satisfactory. We asked for a response to the inspection, and we've not heard back from the applicant. Some of the very same things that were on the inspection were the same concerns that brought us to requesting it.
Maybe we can ask legal counsel if not responding to our board request and having unsatisfactory inspections is sufficient grounds to deny this permit. I don't know if we need to have executive session for that or if that can be done in open meeting.
I don't think we need to, Mo, but I will defer. I kind of am thinking what you are as well, that they had a chance to respond, and it's our decision if we grant the permit application or not based off what was presented to us. But Ms. Galvin, am I on base there, or do you have an opposing opinion?
I'm looking up the specific statute.
Here's just another alternative thought of communication. The last inspection by Nevada appears like 2018, so it's been a while. I do agree I have concerns because there are some of the same issues that were brought forward, and the reason why we wanted to see the inspection, it doesn't look like those have been cleared up, is another alternative that we could table the application and ask them to get another inspection if we don't want to move down the line of denial since it has been 2 years. Things could have gotten better, things could have gotten worse.
You can ask them to undergo an inspection. You may do that. There is a provision that requires a permittee, which also applies to someone who is seeking licensure, that failing to provide the board with documents or records is unprofessional conduct. So that would be a grounds for denial of the application.
Ms. Galvin, if I may add, there's also the statute about substantive review. This was information. So we're still in the substantive review process, I understand. And that's that time may have expired. So could this license just close, and if they want to do business in Arizona, to reapply?
Yes, if it is during the substantive review process and they have failed to provide the documentation that was requested, you would have the authority to close out the application.
Ms. Walmsley, I would hesitate maybe giving them more time when they haven't been communicating with us. You're just kind of prolonging inevitable outcome.
Yeah, this has been tabled once already, so at some point we have to make a decision.
I think it's appropriate
to application close, and if they reapply, all of this will be noted, and we'll have already eyes on this, and they will have to give the correct documentation. The only other option would be to deny. It wasn't, maybe for some reason they're not getting the email. I don't know, but it's interesting that they did receive it prior and now they're not responding. I would be in favor of letting this application close.
Please differentiate for me the denial versus letting it close. Is one disciplinary and not one non-disciplinary?
That is correct, Mr. Solari.
Okay. And Mr. Leyva, you're in favor of letting it close, which is a non-disciplinary route.
My computer cut out. I'm sorry. I heard you say I'm in favor of what?
I'm asking if you're in favor of allowing it to close, which is non-disciplinary, as opposed to denying it, which would be disciplinary.
So I am, and here's why. When we had the last meeting, we were at the point of moving on with a successful inspection. The inspection that they presented, we had additional questions on it. It doesn't mean that it was all terrible, but there were some things that were common on there that we wanted a response from. It doesn't mean that they're running a dangerous establishment today. We can't say they are, we can't say that they aren't. I think by letting it close, it gives them the benefit of the doubt. And if they do come to reapply, we're going to have to get the same answers and they'll know it.
Okay. And I don't disagree with that. I just want to throw out that when somebody doesn't reply to us, normally, if it was a complaint, we go to hearing due to lack of reply. These guys have had plenty of chances to get back to us on an application that they put in, and they haven't replied to us despite our requests. And so, okay, just putting
Mr.
that,
Solari, just a differentiator is those folks are actually permitted with us or licensed. These guys have not been issued a permit or license.
fair enough. Okay.
And I agreed, and that was the reason why I brought up the potential of the secondary another inspection, because it could have changed. So I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if we need a motion, I'm willing to make a motion to allow this application to close due to
Second.
lack of. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Solari. Have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 21, non-resident manufacturer permit applications requiring board review, Lui Pharmacy USA Ltd. I'll give board staff a moment, and then I'd ask Ms. Richardson's as well, or Ms. Romero, to give a synopsis on the case.
Mr. President, Luya Pharma was invited to join us for this discussion.
Board members, I think we have another situation here where we were communicating with them. They stopped communicating. We have a non-residential virtual manufacturer permit application on the table. I don't even know if they applied, when I look at it, if they applied for the correct permit. The application has been with us a very long time. Board staff, when does it close? How, like, is this is similar literally to the previous case that we had?
Mr. President, their application date was May 22nd, so it has been a considerable amount of time this application has been before us.
Okay. Again, there's another situation here. I don't know if there's wrongdoing or not. Can't say either way. It would be my opinion to let this expire and move on.
I agree with you. I think the main question here is whether or not they applied for the correct permit type, because we haven't been able to get those answers through email. So without those, I don't know how we issue the permit, but I don't want to necessarily deny it because everything could be potentially in order. So I would be in favor of letting it expire.
Before I make a motion, board members, any questions? Okay, I would like to make a motion to let this application, Lui Pharma USA, expire.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Moving right along to tab 24, renewal applications requiring board review. This is for TW Wellness.
Mr. President, I had the pleasure of speaking with TW Wellness, and they had indicated that they would like to withdraw their renewal application as they do not see themselves doing business in Arizona. I didn't have the authority to withdraw it as it's moved along to the board for discussion. And so I indicated to the gentleman I spoke to that it would be the board's decision to allow that or not.
Thank you. Board members, what questions do you have on that? I think we have options of denying it, letting them withdraw that, or approve that application.
I have concerns with allowing them to withdraw. They did provide us information that a number of prescriptions have been shipped into Arizona without the appropriate permit. It seems like it's a little bit of he said, she said in the information that we received from the owner, saying that perhaps, you know, somebody else mailed those prescriptions, although there was a fairly significant number. It wasn't just like it was a one or two prescriptions. So I don't know, I'm kind of conflicted on this one. I think there were some other issues that we needed to address as well, but Not sure if we want to allow for withdrawal or if we would do better off to deny in this particular case, especially given the fact that this individual has discipline in another state.
And is he on Zoom with us?
Yes, this is Tom White from TW Wellness. I'm here and I'm present. And so there's a lot of, I did send Ms. Sutcliffe a lot of information here. I can't remember where but what is really a real problem, when I talked to her, she said, and when I talked to Cam, he said, you'll probably have to talk to the board and explain to them. We don't actively solicit business in Arizona at all. I'm a practitioner. I'm a pharmacist clinician. I know that's new to you guys. You don't have that type of situations in Arizona, but there are 3 states, New Mexico, Montana, and North Carolina, which have this, pharmacists do have this prescriptive authority. And that's what I do. So I see patients, I write a lot of prescriptions. People do not have to get their prescriptions here. They can get them wherever they want. But what has happened is I have all these patients that were my patients, which then moved to Arizona. And so it looks like they have been getting prescriptions in Arizona for a long time, because when they moved to Arizona, we changed their address. Well, when we changed the address to Arizona, all the prescriptions that were filled here in New Mexico, it doesn't show up that way. The unfortunate thing here in this whole thing was we do have fairly sophisticated postal records, all computerized, but we did an update about 3 months ago and we lost all of our history. I contacted Document Technology, who has all of these, this program, and they said, no, you lost it all. And so when I was talking to Ms. Sutcliffe, she did understand what I was talking about. So when you look at the prescriptions, you see so many prescriptions. These prescriptions, the majority of them were filled in New Mexico. We never sent anything to Arizona that when we were not licensed. And we went back, because we didn't have these postal records, and went back and called each one of these patients to ask them, because this has been a few years ago, how did you get your prescriptions? And they said, well, I had my aunt, you sent it to my aunt forwarded it to me. So it wasn't a direct mailing to Arizona. I don't believe we ever mailed anything directly to Arizona until we got our license. And then we told these folks, yes, we can mail to you now that we have our license. But nothing was sent to Arizona without being licensed. So it was sent, all prescriptions were sent third party because all these folks had relatives living here. And we just simply mailed it to them, or they picked it up and then forwarded it on to the patient. But we did not mail to Arizona until we got our license. It doesn't look that way, and I have no postal records to prove it. That's the heck of it. But that is the situation. And I asked this stuff, I said, here you can call each one of them and talk to them, and you're going to get the same thing that we did. We called every one of these patients to find out what was the route of you receiving these prescriptions, and every one of them said it was through a third party. So I don't think we shipped anything into Arizona. It doesn't look that way. And when you look at these things, it looks like a whole bunch of prescriptions were sent, but in fact they weren't. The majority of them were filled in Albuquerque. Now I did have one practitioner who we did send her prescriptions. She insisted, and so I said, well, look, I'm going to put the blame on you. But when we did get our license, then obviously we continued to send. But then there was a situation where we found out that we could not mail out of state. There is a federal law on record that says you can mail, a pharmacy can mail 5% of their total sales out of state. That federal law still exists. Now, it was brought to our attention in the state of Maryland, and I certainly talked to their compliance officer, and he said, yes, I understand the law, the federal law still exists, but I don't agree with it. And so I had been sending prescriptions from another pharmacy for years, and the Board of Pharmacy here in New Mexico knew this for years and years and years. Nobody ever said anything. So I just continued to do that until the Maryland board says, yes, I understand the law. I don't agree with it, so you can't send it to Maryland. So that stopped that. That brought it to our attention that we could not mail. And at that point, I told this practitioner, I won't send anything, period, out of state. that where we don't have a license. And so there's been a lot of history going on here, but we never mailed, as far as I know, anything into Arizona that before we got licensed.
Okay, Mr. White, you signed a consent agreement with the state of New Mexico. Can you tell me a little bit about that? I'm looking at it and there were 22 different causes of violation. Hang on one second, hang on. There are 22 different causes of violation, and then you signed a consent with an order tied to that. And I want to confirm that that was on 10/24/19, which wasn't long ago, and you also were on probation at this point in time.
That is correct. And what what happened there was, I believe, a lot of things were misconstrued. A lot of things were said that I think was blown completely out of proportion. We never filled a single prescription with outdated stuff. We did have, it's all right there in the information I gave Ms. Sutcliffe, if you want to look at it, and I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but yes, I did. And I signed this because what they told me was, you either sign this or we'll keep you in court forever. So it was like an ultimatum from the Attorney General's office. They had an assistant attorney general there at the meeting, and he said, and I had my lawyer there, and I said, so what does this mean? She says, well, they're going to keep you in court forever unless you have a whole lot of money and you want to fight these people. You better sign this thing because it could turn out to be your biggest nightmare. Take the road of least resistance. But there was a lot of things that happened, and it was just a coincidence of events, I guess. I've been in a pharmacy for years and years, but I never actually owned a pharmacy, so I always worked for somebody else. We had an administrator, they did all this kind of stuff. And I have been a teacher and what have you for years, and practicing pharmacist, but really teaching and prescribing. And so I never really owned and ran a pharmacy. But when we opened this place, we had an inspector who came out who was not an inspector. He admitted, he said he's never done one of these before. And so there were a lot of things that he could have straightened out, a lot of things that he could have helped us with, like we didn't know we needed a reverse distributor. The last thing I got involved with years ago was, the inspectors would come out once a year, pick up all the outdated stuff, and that was that. So I was completely out of the administrative aspects of the pharmacy. And I don't want to bore you anymore with some of this, but this was kind of the way the whole thing went. I had never owned a pharmacy. I didn't even know what a reverse distributor was. We had outdated stuff that, yes, was on the top shelf. We weren't using it. There is not a single record that you can pull, that they can pull, that shows that we used anything out of date. So there were things that were blown out of proportion. This inspector found a bug on the floor right by the door. And she blew this out of proportion, like the pharmacy was dirty. This is a brand new facility. It wasn't dirty, it was immaculate. I've never been in a more clean place. So there were things that this particular inspector didn't particularly like. And as it turns out, this particular inspector and a disgruntled employee who left our facility, I believe, I don't know, had a relationship, but it really got blown out of proportion. But, what can I do? And I talked to a DEA agent, or somewhere online, and I said, do things like this happen? He said, yeah, all the time. He said, somebody has a bad day, and he says, it just happens to be you're standing in the way, and things like this happen all the time. Well, I can't go back and turn back the hand of time, but, we have a very clean operation. We have a person that I'm sure you folks well know in Arizona, Stephanie Chacon, who stepped in, and she's a friend of mine. And we wrote our SOP and brought this whole thing up to what would be expected. We're USB 800 compliant. Everything is completely compliant. Everything is up to snuff. Our records, our computers, everything is, you can't get any better. So yes, we're on probation, but I think we have satisfied every aspect and much, much more than what the board would like.
Thank you. So I see it as a little bit more serious than how you described that in looking at board members starting at page 1401 and continuing through the signed consent agreement and the order that was executed but to Mr. White. Mr. White, were you the pharmacist in charge as well as the owner?
At that time, I was. I am no longer. I am the owner, but I'm not the pharmacist in charge.
Okay.
The other thing.
And I have a hard time, board members, taking it at face value, saying I'm a practitioner and I was the pick at the time, and the compliance officer that came out should have gone over things with me and they didn't, and they were having a bad day. And I've been in administration and I didn't know this took place. As a pick, it is your duty to know that you need to abide by the rules and regulations. And what I'm seeing here, to me, is not something that I am in favor of approving for Arizona. And board members, I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Yeah, this is Goodman. And in listening to the narrative, I heard a lot of reasons why other people are responsible or at fault, and that is rather concerning to me with any applicant.
I understand what you're saying. I have nobody to blame but myself. That's very true. And so that's why I signed the consent, because what choice did I have? But on the other hand, I was to blame, but I'm not asking to be licensed in Arizona. We have only 4 people that we do business with in Arizona right now. So it's not worth our while monetarily to do business with anybody with Arizona. And so we respectfully just would like to withdraw the renewal request, and that's really what we want to do.
You said you have 4 people that you're doing business with in Arizona, but didn't you just tell us before that you weren't shipping into Arizona? So how are you doing business?
No. We have a license, currently have a license to ship into Arizona. Okay. And this was a license renewal that came up. And so my receptionist just filled out the renewal request. And when Ms. Sutcliffe got it, she called me and she said, "You filled the form out, but you didn't tell us about the disciplinary action that happened in Maryland." And I said, it was such an amicable thing. I didn't think about it, and she filled it out. She didn't ask me, but it wasn't a big deal. Certainly she knew about the thing in New Mexico. Obviously, this went on for a year, but the thing in Maryland was incidental to what happened in New Mexico, and she didn't even think about it, and neither did I. So it was an omission. And Ms. Sutcliffe, when she got online and looked us up, she found this, and her question was, well, you submitted a request to renew your license in Arizona, but you omitted this. And I said, yes, I did. Well, that was a violation of something in Arizona. It was an omission, just an honest omission. And we settled it with them, and it was fairly simple and easy. They understood the 5% rule, but they didn't agree with it, and so they charged me $1,000 administrative fee for their time and effort of dealing with this. But the whole thing came up with the omission for the renewal request in Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. White. Board members, I'd make a motion to deny the request to withdrawal and to deny the renewal application.
Mr.
Goodman, second.
Could we state the reasons, the factual basis for the denial, please?
For the inspection that took place in New Mexico, and the fact that the unprofessional conduct that took place tied to that.
So discipline in another state and the failure to disclose that discipline on the renewal application?
Yes.
And Goodman confirming the second on those.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board members, any other discussion?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hang on one second, Mr. White. We'll take a vote on that. All those in favor?
We do need a roll call because it's a denial.
Okay. Dr. Gandhi?
Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang? Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus? No, okay. Said nay. Mr. Leyba?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Goodman?
Yes.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. White. Did you have a question for the board?
Yes, so the ruling by the Arizona board is to withdraw the request. Tell me the ramifications of that.
It isn't to withdraw, it is denying your request to withdraw the application and then denying the application. And I'll defer to board staff. They can be in contact with you after the meeting and reduce that to writing for you.
Mr.
Okay,
White, if you can give me a call
Sure.
later today after 3 p.m., I'll be more than happy to have a discussion with you.
Okay, Kim. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Tab 25. License applications requiring board review. And this is for Taylor Watson. And after this review, we'll do a break for everybody.
Does that include board staff too, Mr. President?
No, especially not Ms. Galvin. Just kidding.
Board staff, any contact with Taylor Watson?
Mr. President, all the applicants in agenda item 25 and 26 have been notified to come before the board to have a discussion.
Okay, board members, I'll open it up. Is there any questions or discussion?
So what we're looking at is she was accused of having cocaine and she did have a DUI. That correct with everyone's assessment?
Mind restating that?
She was accused of having cocaine, or at least she was in possession of cocaine, and it was dismissed. And then she also had a DUI.
Yeah, I think it was residue in empty little bags that was found, if I recall. And
Yeah, that's
later it was disclosed. It was disclosed and later dismissed. And I did not see any trouble since 2016.
And she has a valid fingerprint clearance card.
And it was disclosed.
I guess I make a motion to approve because of the time between now and when this occurred and the fact that it's been dismissed.
Okay.
And was self-disclosed, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a motion. Before we get a second, any other discussion?
Just, if I may, just want to point out that this application was presented at the December meeting and the applicant did not appear at that time. And so that is why it is reappearing at this meeting.
Thank you. Board members, and then if there's no other conversation on this, I would look for a second to the motion.
I do find it troublesome that the applicants aren't appearing 2 meetings in a row. She wants a applicant, if she wants a license, she's not appearing in front of the board to make her case, and that's troubling. I agree with Ms. Kianavang.
I mean, you're asked to come, but I guess you are not required to. It's preferred, but I don't feel like we can maybe hold that against someone for not being able to make it.
We have not issued a subpoena or anything like that, right? Just requests.
That's correct, members of the board. We can't twist people's arm to be here. They have to, obviously, if they want the license to practice, I think it shows initiative and to tell their story in front of the board. I mean, it's a privilege to have a license, not something we just hand out. Ms. Galvin, if I may ask a question, again, this pertains to substantive policy. We had a lot to learn over the last several months regarding this, and with the Auditor General's here, it was definitely an eye-opener experience. Does it, on applications like this, does it make sense to continue to table or push these forward? Because we do have a time period on when we can kind of address these things.
I mean, that's really up to the board, but there's no obligation to continue to table these in hopes that the individuals will show up.
The one thing I would say in this is I do feel we have enough information to make a case. I do acknowledge Mr. Solari's point, and I see that. And at the same token, I see Ms. Snares as well. I don't think it would change my decision with the facts presented in front of me. And I would make a motion that we move forward with the application. Or did we already have a motion?
We had a
I'm
motion,
sorry.
we didn't have a second.
Okay, then I'll second that.
The other thing too, just to point out, she has gotten her certification as well, so she's obviously committed to wanting to enter the profession and has shown some level of competency as well. This isn't somebody that looks like they're haphazardly trying to become a technician.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Goodman opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman, noted. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break and we will come back and pick up at 25B. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Dr. Gandhi, will you do a roll call, please?
Okay, Mr. Solari,
At your service.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Minkus. Where's Mr. Minkus? I don't see his thumbs up anywhere. I think they're working on trying to get his volume to work. Mr. Leba?
Here.
Ms. Lehan?
Present.
Ms. Walmsley?
Here.
Mr. Tong?
Here.
Mr. Goodman? Mr. Goodman? Ms. Snare?
Here.
Okay.
There's Mr. Minkus.
Mr. Minkus, can you unmute? Mr. Minkus, can you unmute and say a few words? Can you hear me, Mr. Minkus? Mr. Goodman?
Present.
Awesome, thank you. I see Mr. Minkus, but can you hear me, Mr. Minkus?
Is it possible that he could just call in on the audio line and do it that way rather than the
I
Zoom?
think so. Let me give him a call and see if he can do it that way. Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Goodman. Okay, I see him, but he's not speaking. Let me give him a call.
I can't.
There he is.
Hey, can you say something, Mr. Minkus?
We got you.
Say hello, Mr. Minkus. No.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
We can hear you, Mr. Minkus, if you can speak. He's not hearing us now.
Yeah.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can hear you.
Okay. Well, we got part of that going on. Okay.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Yeah. Both bad things, huh?
Just for the record, Mr. Minkus, are you present?
I am present.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Picking up at 25B, Kenny Ann Eldridge.
Ms. Aldridge applied for a pharmacy technician trainee license on October 22nd, 2020. And on that application, she disclosed previous disciplinary action by the Arizona State Board of Nursing. She also disclosed a voluntary surrender of her CNA certificate. On March 29, 2004, she was issued a CNA certificate by the Arizona State Board of Nursing. Leading up to 2008, Ms. Aldridge was terminated from 2 places of employment for multiple job performance issues, as outlined in the summary in your file, as well as the consent orders that are attached. On June 4th, 2008, Ms. Aldridge entered into a consent agreement and order for her CNA certificate to be placed on indefinite suspension, pending successful completion of a board-ordered CNA retraining class and passing the CNA exam, followed by a 12-month state revocation with term. She was also ordered to renew her license during her suspension per the terms of her consent agreement and order. Ms. Aldridge failed to comply with this board order. On or about July 22nd, 2010, she requested to voluntarily surrender her license, as she stated she was unable to enroll in the CNA training program at that time, and the consent agreement for her voluntary surrender was executed on October 3rd, 2010. Ms. Aldridge also previously held a CNA certificate in the state of Missouri from January 2004 through sometime in 2007. Because this occurred so many years ago, board staff was unable to acquire documentation from the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services, as they do not retain records back to those dates. But we did obtain verbal confirmation from that department that her CNA certificate became invalid in 2007 after she failed to complete her required CE hours, and her certificate expired in 2010. We also obtained confirmation from Missouri that no disciplinary action was identified on this certificate. Ms. Aldridge currently has an open cosmetology license in the state of Arizona. It was issued in 2015 and expires on October 9th, 2021. This license is in good standing with no disciplinary action identified.
Thank you for that. Is Ms. Eldridge on the phone?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Would you like to make a statement before the board discusses your application for licensure?
The reason I never, went forward with the CNA license in Missouri was because I only obtained that license for a couple of months before I moved back to Arizona. I was really burnt out. I didn't want to go forward with the renewal, the retraining, the everything. I've stayed out of trouble. I'm not an addict or anything like that.
How come you say that? Just curious. Why did you use that as a statement?
Well, the part of the things that they wanted me to do was do counseling and stuff like that, and I just wanted to make it clear, like, I don't know, I'm trying to make it clear that there wasn't like substance or anything like that as to reason. I don't want that to be an issue of going forward. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you for that. Just to confirm, there was no accusations of substance abuse on any of the board CNA investigations, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Ms. Aldridge, can you tell us about your CNA? why you didn't keep up your license, what took place when you had your license that led to some issues?
I mean, I'm responsible for my own actions. However, I did get put under quite a few nurses that I feel like just I feel like they were just trying to set me up for failure. Some of those accusations on there, they never even happened. And I mean, I can understand where one would see that, but you know, one of those accusations was where I had a patient pull out my NG tube, and one of the other aides asked me supposedly why I didn't say anything. And then my response was, I ain't gonna tell that be nothing. I didn't like that nurse. She didn't like me. She was always, we were bickering, but I'm not that stupid. And even if I hadn't gone to my nurse, I would have gone to a nurse had I known that it happened.
Okay.
Mr. President, have you had anything, there's nothing against your cosmetology. You're fine with that, right?
Yes.
And all of the stuff that happened back in 04, is it? No.
It was in my early 20s.
It was in the early 20s.
2008, Ruben.
Yeah, 2008. I'm sorry. There you go. Okay. All right. And you haven't had any problems or anything since then, right? You've been okay?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr.
I'd make a
President-
motion.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Minkus, please go ahead. Sorry.
I would make a motion that we approve that we approve.
Okay. Board members, any other discussion, Mr. Solari?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Minkus. I'm gonna second his motion. I myself have been a PCT or nurse's aide in the 80s. I've spilled the contents of the ileostomy bag on a patient myself accidentally. So I get it, and I agree with Mr. Minkus. This is very similar to the previous case where for several years this individual has worked fine, and I'm willing to second Mr. Minkus's motion.
Okay, thank you for the discussion. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Goodman, nay.
Mr. Goodman, noted. Ms. Eldridge, thank you for your time today, your training indications for a little bit approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 26A, Lacey Ann Martinez. This is a technician trainee applicant.
Ms. Martinez applied for licensure as a technician trainee back in June of 2020. There was a disorderly conduct charge on her application. In August of 2020, she was offered a consent agreement for civil penalty for failure to disclose. She agreed to the consent and signed the document on September 1st. The consent was approved by the board at its last meeting on December 9th, 2020. On that day, staff executed a consent agreement and sent it to Ms. Martinez by certified mail, regular mail, and email. She responded to the email saying, "I don't think so, thanks." On December 10th of the last board meeting, Dr. Gandhi requested that the board reconsider her consent agreement as it appears she has no intention of paying the civil penalty. At that time, the board voted to rescind the consent agreement and consider possible denial of her application at this meeting.
Thank you. Board members, any discussion or questions?
Seems pretty straightforward to me. She doesn't want to comply with the terms of her consent agreement. And so that leaves us no choice but to deny her application.
Second that. So I have a motion by Mr. Solari and a second. All those in favor?
Do you need a roll call because
Roll
it's
call,
denial?
okay. Sure.
Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Solari?
Aye.
I couldn't hear you, sir. Still can't hear you.
Aye.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Aye.
I can hear him, Cam.
All right.
I can do.
All right, so Mr. Dang indicated aye. Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Lebo?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Goodman?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And we are on 26B. This is Melissa A. Schmidt for pharmacist reciprocity application license.
So at the last board meeting, the board voted to table this application and instructed board staff to contact the New York and Connecticut boards to request additional information. I made contact with both states on December 14th. The Connecticut State Department of Consumer Protection and Commission of Pharmacy provided Ms. Schmidt's settlement agreements. They are attached to the file. They are the same settlement agreements that were included in her file at the last board meeting. I also contacted the New York State Education Department's Office of Profession to request additional information. I did not hear back from them. So on December 19th, I followed up with the state boards for pharmacy and midwifery in New York, and I did not receive a response. On January 6th and 13th, I followed up with the state of New York again to follow up on my request. And on January 13th, I was contacted by a caseworker for the New York State Education Department's Professional Assistance Program. He provided a summary letter of Ms. Schmidt's participation in this program. The letter describes the program as, quote, a confidential program for licensed professionals who abuse alcohol or other substances that have not harmed a patient or client. It provides an opportunity for the licensed professional to protect his or her license by applying for voluntary, temporary, and non-disciplinary surrender of the professional license while undergoing treatment. All participants are required to be monitored for 2 years while working in their licensed profession, unquote. The letter provided by the caseworker indicates that Ms. Schmidt was accepted into the program on February 11th, 2013, and voluntarily surrendered her license. During this time, she was required to provide 4 negative random urine drug screens per month. On July 29, 2013, the committee for this program reinstated her license as she met all criteria to return to employment. She began working towards the end of 2013, and while working, she was required to submit 8 random drug screens. The letter provided by the caseworker indicates that Ms. Schmidt was compliant with the program and successfully discharged on February 25th, 2016. After receiving this information on January 13th, I requested additional information regarding Ms. Schmidt's case. I was provided contacts for 2 individuals at the New York Office of Professional Disciplines. I contacted these individuals and was informed that they were not allowed to provide any additional information, and they advised that I could request information through a court-ordered subpoena or a Freedom of Information law request. Upon reviewing the disclaimers with the FOIL request in the state of New York, I was not assured that I would be able to obtain any additional information, and so a FOIL request was not submitted.
Okay, thank you for that. Board members, I'll open it up to discussions or questions you may have in any possible motion.
Sounds to me like what we were concerned about is if the treatment had, or the, what she had been involved with had been completed, and what we were able to gather from what we received back was satisfactory to me. I would, not to cut off any other discussion, but I would be pretty willing to approve.
I had, my concern here was that the original disclosure did not occur, but it seems like she was enrolled in a confidential program and they had made certain assurances, or in New York, there are certain rules that allows them to remain confidential, and based on that, she didn't disclose. So I tend to agree with Ms. Snair.
I agree with both of you that, and since this occurred back in, I believe, 2013, she's worked satisfactorily and it hasn't had any issues since then. I don't see that she's a threat to the public, so I would also be in support.
I agree. Ms. Snair?
I'll make it a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion, but I'd like a moment of discussion as well.
Sure.
Can I just verify with the board staff or legal counsel, just so we're consistent? She does not fall under the $250 civil penalty for non-disclosure because of the circumstances of her case.
You may want to hear from the applicant on that and how she interpreted the question and why her reasoning for not disclosing.
Ms. Schmidt, would you like to enlighten us? I know you talked about this last meeting as well, and you mentioned that the program was supposed to be confidential, but if you'd like to reiterate that.
Yes, it was supposed to be confidential, and I knew that at the time in 2013, they were going to inform the Connecticut Board of Pharmacy, and I just assumed it would be confidential as well. So I answered the question to no, because it was a non-disciplinary confidential matter. So I thought I answered it accurately, and I apologize for the confusion. And
okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it would really be up to the board to decide whether to view her answer as sufficient.
Mo, I kind of agree with your earlier statement. I think she was under the assumption that it was a confidential program, and I don't think she necessarily withheld it intentionally. I think it was a miscommunication, and I don't know that I think we should penalize her for her lack of understanding based on that. I think this is a unique circumstance that we could move forward without it.
Agreed. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Just to answer Mr. Solari's question, I can confirm that there was not a disclosure on the application.
Okay, thank you. So I had a motion, I believe, by Ms. Snair and a second by Mr. Solari.
Confirm.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Ms. Schmidt, thank you for your time today.
okay, thank you also.
Thank you. Moving on to 28A 20-0065. Jacob Ryan Brugner. Give board staff one more minute to take a look, and then we can enter into discussion. Board staff, was Mr. Brugner going to attend this morning? Did we have any kind of confirmation from him? Okay. Board members looking at this, it appears we have a individual who decided not to pay the civil penalty on the consent agreement, and it's my opinion we should move to hearing.
That's a motion. I would second that.
I'll make that a motion. I have a second by Ms. Snair. Need a roll call?
Not to move
No?
to hearing, that's not
Okay.
discipline yet.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we are flying along here, and I will defer to board staff on what agenda item to take next based off the times given to the public.
We typically Mr. President, we typically hear conferences in the afternoon. Let me confirm whether we give them a specific time or not. We did indicate that conferences will start at 1 o'clock.
Suggestions on next agenda item staff?
We can move to reports.
What about special requests? Are there any there that are not time sensitive?
Pull those up here real quick. Some of the special requests were made by board members, so we could definitely address those as well.
Okay, let's do special requests and move to reports.
Mr. President, having trouble hearing you.
Thank you, Ms. Wamsley. Let's do tab 33, special request, and then we'll move to reports. 33A is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Ashley Dare Reese.
I think, Mr. President, if we move to 33F on, 33F GH, those were by board members to be placed on the agenda.
Okay. Is Ms. Reese with us, or?
Special requests typically take place on Thursdays or Wednesday afternoon. I'm confirming right now.
Okay. While you do that, then we'll move to.
She was scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow, Mr. President.
Okay. Are all of those individuals for tomorrow?
Most have, most were given times, yes, and it's not right now.
Okay, 33F, discussion, consideration, possible action, pharmacist in charge overseeing number of facilities and number of hours to be a facility per facility. I believe this was Ms. Snares. I'll ask her to open up.
Yeah, I just feel like there's been a lot of questions in the past. I've been asked this question. I think that it would be nice to put out maybe a substantive policy or some type of guidance, if not making this actually a rule, just to find out where we stand on picks and how many stores they can be the pick of, maybe some kind of guidance of how many hours are expected per store if you have 2 or more stores.
Okay. Board staff, have there been any inquiries from the public on this? Is it something to the level that needs addressing?
Mr. President, this is my thought about this. Given the fact that we're living in the advanced technological age, a lot of times the PICs can do administrative work through Zoom or virtual attendance. So, I mean, we should give them the liberty to manage their own stores, either through via in-person or via virtual attendance. So that's just my thought.
So maybe a different qualification if you're in person versus virtual.
Well, and I think too, I mean, I supervised, a large area of stores before and have run into situations where individuals were terminated. We don't have any type of grace period in our current rules or regulations that allow for a gap between picks. So I think that there are certainly circumstances where this absolutely needs to be the case. I don't know if we need to make a change. I don't know that there's been issues related to people overseeing more stores, or if we just want to put out that it is allowed on a. I don't know. I don't know that we need to do anything. I don't know that it's a problem really right now.
I feel like silence might be avoided because people have asked me the question, just what is allowed. Even just stating that we allow it, I think would give nice guidance.
Well, we do allow it, and there isn't a designation on the number of hours or number of locations. I'm leaning more towards we don't need to be involved in this. I've not seen cases come to us in the past where there's been individuals doing, Cam, would you mute, do you mind? Where there's been individuals doing a number of stores that was to a point that there was a case in front of us. What I do think is that the permit holder has the responsibility to practice safely in pharmacy, and so does the pharmacist in charge. So to me, this is something that, in my opinion, we don't need to be involved in. I've not seen the cases come before us, but under our rules and regulations, the permit holder and the pharmacist, the PIC, has a responsibility to perform the jobs and duties in the rules and regulations. And when they start not to do that, that's a whole separate issue.
Okay.
Any other discussion, board members or Ms. Snare, on this topic?
I do think the fact that we're having the discussion, though, hopefully this will clear up any confusion from the public, since this will be memorialized in our minutes. So I definitely think it was worth a discussion.
So do we need to make a motion to dismiss this, or?
We don't have to do any action.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, moving on to 33G, discussion.
Yes, so that was me
action.
who, Mr. President, that was me who brought this up at the previous meeting. I mean, the reason why I brought this up to the board members was because over the years, we have constantly hearing or receiving deviation requests from micro hospitals. And the fact of the matter is, during these days, you will see more and more micro hospitals popping up, not only in Arizona, but throughout the whole country. So it's going to be a trend, and it has already been a trend to build more micro hospitals, just due to the Medicare, how Medicare reimburse and all those financial related reasons. So my suggestion to the board members is, given the fact that if the majority of the micro hospitals will not have OR rooms, or they will have minimal inpatient holding. So drugs usage wise, a lot of time, they are not even involved in IV mixing. Do we need to require that they have to have a minimal square footage? I mean, yes, they still have to abide by the law, but do they need to appear in front of the board to get the approval from the board members, or can we just designate the responsibility to Dr. Gandhi and his staff to decide whether or not the board staff can approve the licensure for these micro hospitals? In my opinion, if the micro hospital has a pharmacy that is smaller than 500 square footage and no IV mixing involved, no compounding, I don't think board members should spend any time discussing the deviation request. We should delegate the work to Dr. Gandhi and his staff. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dang. Board members?
Mr. Dang, I've brought this up before. We started a discussion, it didn't really go anywhere, but we were discussing maybe square footage. If it's small, just like you said, basically, if it's smaller, can we allow for the square footage to change? the discussion kind of started to get complicated on how and what were the conditions and how we would delegate that, if it would be the compliance officers that decided it or how it was to be determined. And it just kind of stopped, the discussion stopped. But I'm open to the idea of something different.
So this is my thought. So it's, as long as the board members provide Dr. Ghani and his staff like a chart that has all these criteria. Is a pharmacy smaller than 500 square feet? Yes. Does a pharmacy involved in mixing any IV meds? No. Any non-sterile compounding performance at the pharmacy? No. There you go. If they check all those, and Dr. Ghani and his staff should be able to make the decision on their own whether or not to grant the license to whoever's requesting the license. To me, I think those are straightforward requests.
Who would make the criteria? Us?
Yeah, we
compliance
we just formulate, we can formulate the criteria based on the three main criteria that I had just presented.
We can definitely sit down with the compliance officers and try to mock up a grid, but it would require board approval for us to move forward.
I have Mo, go ahead, and then I'll go.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna fine tune that a little bit. It's not that if they mix IVs, to me, for the safety of the citizens of Arizona, if they do procedures. If they do procedures, the odds are something could go wrong during a procedure, and then they would need to take emergency action. And then they would need to have crash carts and, like Kevin said, IV supplies and emergency drugs and those kind of things. And that's what takes up a lot of room. If they have an emergency room, if they have an OR, if they do endoscopies, it's the procedures that they do. We've granted deviation to psych hospitals where all they do is hold reasonably healthy bodies with diseased minds and just hand out medications to these people while they're there receiving counseling, those kind of things. And I think deviations are okay in those circumstances. But if a hospital is doing procedures, if they have an ER, those kind of things, that's when they need to comply with the square footage rule, because I think the amount of drugs and supplies they need to take care of those patients, if something goes wrong, is what makes it correct to have the 500 square foot.
I mean, I agree with what you said, Mo. But in reality, Joint Commission allows nursing staff to mix a one-time dose, one-time IV compound for emergency cases.
But those take room. My point is those supplies take room, and the pharmacy needs to have those somewhere.
Well, realistically speaking, mixing epinephrine drip or no epinephrine drip, those are very common drips.
Right, but to mix an epinephrine drip, you got to have a vial. You have to have your epi. You have to have at least a case of 250 ml saline or D5. Right. Those are the kind of things that end up taking up space in a pharmacy, and that's why you need your 500 square foot. Now the nurses can do it, but they got to get it from the pharmacy. They don't just store it. When the order comes in, they don't store it in the nursing unit.
Ms. Galvin, I would wonder, is that even something that is advisable and possible, or is this literally a deviation of the rules and regulations that needs to be heard before the board, or the rules and regulation needs to be changed?
I think the rules and regs should be changed. And if you're thinking of delegating it, that would have to be set forth in statute, because that now is a responsibility of the board.
So, Mr. President, that was the direction that I was gonna suggest. So I agree this needs to be looked at. And I think when the rules were put in place and around the square footage and the requirement in pharmacy, that was before there was automation of many different kinds that are used today. Practices change both in hospitals and in community pharmacies. I think we should look at changing the rules and making it more around, a little bit broader language, the type of space that's required for the type of business that the pharmacy is conducting, and then we can leverage our compliance inspectors to determine if that environment is safe. So our inspectors will have to go out and inspect a pharmacy before it's approved to be in use anyway. So I think our inspectors are fully capable of bringing forward concerns. So if they see it's a full-fledged hospital and it's a little teeny box room, our inspectors are going to tell us that, and we can address that, and we can say at that point, no, we're not comfortable with you moving forward with opening this pharmacy with this type of service. Same thing in a community pharmacy, right? So you know, what if a pharmacy wanted to open and do nothing but immunizations? They don't need the full square footage. They're not going to have the full inventory. I think there's a lot of things that we need to look at to consider for, pardon me, some of the inventive practices that might move forward. And I think that our inspectors are capable of doing that. I think if we had it where it was a little bit more subjective based on the type of environment and the type of business that the pharmacy is doing, if there was a complaint that was brought forward where somebody said that that practice was unsafe, again, our inspectors are going to see it on the inspections and we can deal with it if there's a complaint. That's my personal opinion.
I like that idea.
May I add something, sir?
Yes.
One of the things we're seeing is that people are starting to break ground on hospitals and build them, assuming the board would grant a deviation, assuming things would be done. And I just caution those people not to do that kind of thing until they've been in front of the board and received a deviation, or until we've had a chance to clarify the rules. But I don't want to get in this situation where somebody comes and says, I've already built the hospital, it's only 100 square feet. What do you want me to do? You know, that kind of thing. So this process is going to take a while, and I just don't want people out there to go start building stuff or assuming the deviation would be granted based on the discussion we're having.
I mean, that's Mr. Solari, that's a valid concern, but to Ms. Wormsley's point, ultimately, our compliance officer is going to have to do the final review and the final audit of the location. And if our compliance officers come back and say, nope, that huge hospital with a teeny tiny pharmacy, that's not going to go by, then we're tough luck. We're going to have to deny that, and they're going to have to do something about it. So they can go ahead and build a micro hospital in any shape they want. But at the end of the day, when the application is submitted, the compliance officers would have to do a final walkthrough and then would inform us of what they have experienced or have seen at the site. And then we're going to make final decisions.
Kevin, if I can, I don't understand how that speeds anything up. We're going to end up with it anyway on our table. Why not just deal with it as they come up? It's not like we spend the whole board meeting reviewing these things. There's only 2 or 3 every board meeting, if that. I think it's better to leave the system the way it is. That's my opinion.
Well, if we change the rule, they wouldn't come before us and we wouldn't be getting in the way of people being able to innovate. I don't think we should be standing in the way of that. That's not the same as safety, in my opinion.
And 500 feet, I think, is, I don't know where that came from. I think it's an arbitrary number at this point.
A possible solution would be to identify qualified compliance officers and board members to come together and create some potential write-over for rules and regulations and present those to the board and then move forward. I think this is a good first step discussion. I do believe in what Mr. Solari is saying, that it's concerning when people are already on a build out and they know the rules and regulations and they're not following them. So I hear that. I do think that if we are serious as a board on this and we have the votes to support it, outlining what the new parameters would be through subject matter experts and then coming forward and having the vote, consider it and have a vote on it would be the appropriate next step. Thoughts on that, board members?
So we put it on the next agenda to be able to vote on it, or we can vote on it now.
Well, I think what my solution would be is to get some stakeholders involved and some compliance officers involved and come up with the proposed changes that we would like to open a docket on and start to look at some of that language, hear from the community possibly, and then move forward with the discussion and vote at a board meeting. It may not be the next board meeting.
So is your suggestion a task force then to discuss this?
Basically. I want to hear our compliance officers. That's why I didn't say the full term task force, and I want to hear the value of our board members. But it basically would be.
And would you authorize Dr. Gandhi to seek an exception to the rulemaking moratorium if we're going to begin proceeding on rules?
Yes.
And then, you know, how long has that been in place? The rulemaking moratorium?
4 years now, but
Longer
this
than that.
this could be considered deregulation, and we have an open authority right now to deregulate. So I'm working on a rules package that I'll introduce to the board in the near future. We may be able to get this worked in as well.
All right, and so to answer your question, Ms. Galvin, then I would believe in that. If it's been 4 years, we need to move forward, in my opinion, and do a few things.
So the task force should be formed pretty quickly if we're going to get it into the rulemaking package. That's what I'm hearing. I'd like to volunteer to be on the task force.
Is it, Cam, do you have a comment on that?
No, I would agree.
Okay.
I'd like to be a volunteer number 2.
Okay. Team, why don't we have the executive director reach out to appropriate stakeholders and move forward as we discussed, and then come back at a board meeting and have a discussion. I don't think we need to rush this for the sake of rushing it. I don't think safety is at a concern here while we're still inspecting, but I do think that we can move forward with making some change.
And we do still have a process in place for people to request it, so we're not prohibiting businesses either from the opportunity to be considered. So I agree with that.
Sound good, Dr. Gandhi? I don't think that we need a motion for that, do we?
No, as chair, you can direct the formation of the task force.
Yes, that's what I am directing, loud and clear. All right, thank you. Moving on to 33H. Discussion and possible action regarding reviewing language for long-term care and assisted living, etc., to use technology to deliver medications.
So I think this was my request from the last meeting based on the request that we had with the QB device. I think like a lot of our regulations, the square footage as an example, we probably need to look at modernizing to what is actually occurring in many states. So I would recommend the formation of a task force to look at the long-term care rules because I think that there's some opportunity there that we could consider with a rulemaking package, especially if we're going to have something for this year.
Okay, board members.
I agree. And I've worked as a long-term care consultant pharmacist in the past, and I would like to be a member of this task force, if I may.
Ms. Walmsley, was your vision to create a task force and do something similar to what we did with 33G?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, do you have any comments or questions before we make a decision and move on?
I have a comment in a little bit unrelated, but related to what Ms. Walmsley just said. I would love to see us look at some of the antiquated laws and rules that we have and try to do an update on that as well.
Okay. So I would like to direct board staff to work with stakeholders to create a task force to discuss possible actions regarding reviewing language for long-term care facilities and assisted living facilities to use technology to deliver medications. And we do have some volunteers for the task force, and then I'll let the discretion of board staff pick the others. Have a discussion with compliance officers, have a discussion with stakeholders, and come together at the next meeting and present it to the board. I'm sorry? Future meeting. Yep. It doesn't have to be the next meeting, just a future meeting. Okay, any other considerations, team, before I move on? Okay, 33I. This is a, I'm not sure we're hearing you, Cam.
33E, we are moving this to hearing per the request of the license holder, Lisa Lee. So we're pulling that agenda off of special requests.
Okay, thank you.
And we did inform her of that decision.
Okay. Is 33I, were they noticed with a time, or can we go ahead and move on with that?
Unfortunately, everybody outside of the board were given a specific time tomorrow after 10 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so unless I hear different, we'll move to reports, and we will push through to executive director reports and then deputy director reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Scavarla indicated he would like to speak tomorrow, as he's in meetings today and that he's got conflicts.
Okay.
So 33C will be postponed till tomorrow. A lot of this information that I've presented to you is more FYI. We can expand on the discussion if we need to, but 34A, I, A1, whatever you want to call it, are the legislative bills that I pulled at the time this agenda was created. There have been more bills that have dropped since. There are 3 of our bills, one being introduced today, and 2 have been kind of postponed because we're still working with ASBP on some modifications on those. But if you'd like to take a look at those, and hopefully you had a chance to read them, I'd entertain any questions on those.
Yeah, I have a question and a concern on House Bill 2250. Trying to figure out what page that was. I guess I've brought this up before, but my concern is it feels like putting your personal beliefs on paper could lead to discrimination through employers, from outside groups. Just a concern of mine. And what's required of a pharmacist when it comes to that bill? Just if you can speak on that.
This bill was introduced in different forms ever since that situation took place a couple of years back, obviously, and it's gotten a lot of opposition as far as this type of language moving forward. It did get assigned to a committee this year, where in the past it didn't even get assigned. So I don't know. I haven't gotten a pulse on whether there's an appetite to just hear it and it doesn't move forward. I can keep a pulse on it. But as you read it, it is a burden to track that information by permit holders. And you're absolutely right. It could lead to isolating those individuals that have a religious belief in doing what they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. That was just a concern. And then 2319. My note was that it doesn't apply to board applicants due to being a health professional reg board. Is that correct?
I'm pulling it up right now. License denial, prohibition, drug convictions.
I think what I read was that it doesn't apply to.
It doesn't apply to health boards. It's an occupational license. That is correct.
I just wanted to confirm that was correct. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions as well, if I'm allowed.
Sure.
Okay, so the first one is Senate Bill 1086. It's page 2518 of the book or page 21 of the bill. Again, page 2518 of the book. Starting with line 9, we are eliminating, we are proposing eliminating the ability of our own board to waive fingerprint clearance card denials. And I don't think that's a good idea. I'd like to be able to retain the ability to be able to grant deviations to the denial of a fingerprint clearance card. I don't want to just give that up. So I would like to recommend we not cross that section out, starting with line 9 on page 2518. it just, we're giving up our own discretion here for no good reason. I'd like to retain that. Any thoughts on that?
The only thought I had when this was under review was we've had a couple of applicants come before, several applicants come before us that couldn't obtain a fingerprint clearance card. And right now we're batting 1,000 as far as everybody being turned away and trying to get a good cause exception. In essence, it's wasting board staff's time, wasting the board's time if that's going to be the continued decision going forward. And that was the thought process when this was reviewed and eliminated. It's not eliminated yet, but under review to be eliminated.
Kim, is this our bill or is this?
That is our bill. So we still have flexibility on retaining it or not retaining it.
I would like to retain the ability and leave the board that discretion. Getting rid of it, it just, I don't know, seems to decrease our authority, and I don't want to do that.
Have we ever granted a license based off of when they've had a denial of a fingerprint clearance card? I can't think of a time.
That doesn't mean one can't come up. Somebody can't have a good reason.
Was there background on why it's in there, Ken?
Just for the state, what I stated is because we haven't granted one. And we would continue to get folks that want up here before you guys because they can't grant it. And just historically, we've turned them away and said, get a good cause exception through a fingerprint board.
It should have been more clear. Was it on our audit?
No, it was not.
Okay.
And it's not something that happens every day. This is not something that takes up a lot of board time. It may be once in a while, but it's not a regular item.
I agree with you. It's permissive. There's no requirement that we do it, and I think to your point, it retains our ability to consider extenuating circumstances for individuals. So I don't see a compelling reason to remove it.
Dr. Gandhi, can that be removed before it goes forward?
Certainly, if the full board is in agreement, yeah, we can definitely.
Do we need a motion then?
Just a bunch of head nods would be appropriate.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. The second one, so that is going to get removed. The second one is Senate Bill 1087, page 2558. I'm going to go to that page myself. It's page 24 of the bill or page 2558. And line 36, item D. This is allowing us to do non-disciplinary civil penalties, and this is something we requested. So I agree with the issue at hand here. The next page, there's item J, line 34. So this is page 25 of the bill or page 2559 now. Line 34, item J. A person fails to obtain a permit before shipping into the state anything that requires a permit. So this is basically saying if somebody sends something into Arizona without a permit, that could be a non-disciplinary kind of it could be non-disciplinary. And I don't know what to think of that. We had a case on our agenda today where a young man was injured, had seizures because somebody shipped drugs into Arizona without a permit. And I'm not 100% against this, but I kind of tend to want to leave shipping into Arizona without a permit a disciplinary issue and not make it.
And Mr. Solari, if you go back to page 24 of the bill, towards the bottom of the page, line 41 through 44, it states, in addition to any other non-disciplinary civil penalty adopted by the board, either of the following acts or omissions that is not an imminent threat to the public health or safety is subject to the non-disciplinary. So in your situation where someone did get hurt, would come before the board because it was a threat to the public.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I'm 50-50 on that, and I just wanted to throw it out.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves. This gives us the ability to issue it as a non-disciplinary fine, but we could still always issue it as discipline if we had concern, right? This doesn't lock us in that it has to be non-disciplinary. Just opens it up as an option, I believe.
That is my reading and my understanding.
It does say the board may issue, right? So it's not a shall issue. So it is still your discretion, yes.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. That's fine. The last one I had was Senate Bill 1091, page 2665 of the board book. It's page 2 of the bill. Sorry, my book is not going there. 20.
Can you say the page number again, please?
Yes, ma'am. Page 2665.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 1091. It's page 2 of the bill. And this is the one where we had great disagreement about where on line 4, item 6, this allows health insurers to access the PMP. And we had a great deal of difficulty and controversy with this. The reason I bring this up is I wanted to see if it's possible to tighten up the language a little bit more. Is it possible, I'm just throwing this out for consideration, putting statements like, insurer may not use the information on PMP to deny coverage to an individual, or may not use to increase someone's fees or those kind of things, just to clarify or tighten things up a little bit with that. Any thoughts?
So Mo, besides what is outlined there, what additional would you like added?
Is it possible to add a statement, for example, insurers may not use the information in the PMP to deny an individual coverage, or something to the effect of may not use the information in PMP to increase someone's insurance dues, insurance fees, something to help protect the citizens a little bit more, so that the information they're getting out of PMP is just for, as they say here, conducting investigations or doing drug utilization reviews or kind of a data mining, but not be able to trim it down to any particular individual and deny them coverage or increase their fees or those kind of things.
Well, I have a question about that. Wouldn't the Affordable Care Act cover that, as well as mental health parity, substance use parity? I feel like there's a lot of built-in protections against what you're saying for them to be able to use it to deny coverage.
I don't know enough about the Affordable Care Act or its eventual fate to comment on that.
Well, they're not able to deny someone for if they have a pre-existing condition. So I don't think they would. I don't know. I just a thought. I don't know.
It says the board
Lori, you're
shall
on.
provide this information. I'm sorry. Only if the healthcare insurer states in writing that the information is necessary for an open investigation or complaint or performing a drug utilization review or controlled substances that supports the prevention of opioid overuse or abuse and the safety and quality of care provided to the insured. So you're, Mo, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know how that would even be monitored. I don't know how you could even look at that, because anybody could say that they were looking at a drug utilization review for controlled substances.
To me, it's pretty weak, yeah.
And this is Goodman. Insurance companies are very efficient, and they would do utilization reviews as often as we ever will allow them.
I guess my point is, based on those utilization reviews, they could come back and increase the insurance premiums of several of their members or deny them coverage. And I don't want to see our PMP used that way, because that was not the intention of the PMP. It was to, assist with opiate treatment, not to deny coverage or, that's where I'm going.
I just don't see that they would have the ability to do that unless it was fraudulent or misrepresentation. I just don't think the insurance company would have the ability to do that.
I do think that there's protections built into this. So looking at line 28, it says data provided by the board pursuant to the section may not be used for any of the following: credentialing a healthcare professional, determining payment, pre-employment screening, or any other purpose that is not Any other purpose than is specified in this section, which then goes on about the DOR, et cetera. So technically they would be violating that if they were to use it as a mechanism to increase fees, et cetera.
You can only rescind a health contract, healthcare insurance contract, if it's misrepresentation, fraudulent. It's not any of the reasons that you're concerned about. So as far as denying coverage or ending coverage, I don't believe they would be able to do that. I understand the protection and, the concern. I just don't think specifically for what you're stating.
Okay, I'll let it go. That's all I have. Thank you.
Board members, any other discussion on what Mr. Slary brought up? Not sure if you heard me. Any other discussion on what Mr. Slary brought forward? Okay. Dr. Gandhi?
Number 2 is I want to discuss the executive order, current waivers in place, and answer any questions and see if we want to continue to maintain those approvals or possibly rescind some of them or consider them mute as in some cases we don't see an issue. For instance, if I can give you an example here, the PrEP Act that was just that we have in place allows folks to immunize and expands the role of technicians to immunize, but requires the valid CPR certificate. One of our asks, because of the COVID and because of the training limitations to COVID, we asked for an exemption to allow for expired CPR certificates to be still valid. That would be contrary to what the PrEP Act states. And we also know that CPR training is going on today and folks can renew their CPR certificates. Do we still need that waiver or should we consider that mute at this point? And keep it in an event that something goes south and we can reenact it or reactivate it. Folks that are technician trainees, we also have the ability to reinstate those in time of this need. But they also have the ability to move forward to a technician, certified technician position because PTCB and Accept are offering them exams today. And they could move themselves to the next level, but we have that exception created today as well. So there are some waivers that we've asked for, which maybe needs to be reconsidered. It's extending deadlines, for instance, 6 months past the expiration date because the exam's not available or they cannot renew or we're talking about applications as well. If they can't get the necessary information because an office may be closed. We have not heard of a situation where any agencies or office have been closed to provide court records or discipline type records. But we have the exception of lengthening the time of applications being live and active because of certain reasons. And again, we haven't seen any issues. So some of these things, I think we do need to reconsider whether we need to keep these exceptions or not.
One thing to consider is when I look at them, it's not just that they're offering PTCB or the XCPT. It's not just that they're offering it, it's that because of this crisis, there are people that do not have the ability to go forward with that testing. And I think that, Kim, could you mute yours? I'm sorry. I think that if we have them in place, it is a tool that we could use, and that's my opinion. So for instance, CPR, it very well may be that they're having a very hard time finding a physical hands-on class that will do the physical sign-off. It may be that they don't have the money to pay for it because of COVID and they haven't worked, but now they have a position because of COVID. And the CPR, these were individuals that once had CPR and once were trained in it. So I am in favor of leaving them. I don't see that we are out of this in any way, shape, or form. And I think there is much more to consider than just because something is being offered. The ability for the individuals to take advantage of it may not equal just because it's being offered. But board members, that's my opinion, and I'm open to hearing other things as well.
I agree with you, Mr. Leba. I mean, when you talk about training classes and things like that, most organizations are having to limit that to a small number of individuals, which makes the logistics much more difficult to do that. Yes, it's being conducted, but many of those classes are also being taken up by technicians that are now seeking the immunization credentials so that the full pharmacy force can be utilized to immunize. So I don't see any reason to change it. And I think that times are so uncertain that we don't know what's going to happen in a month or 6 months. I don't see any harm in letting them stay.
I mean, the only thing I'd like to reiterate regarding a CPR, it is against a PrEP Act. So we're in violation of
That's not entirely true, Cam, because pharmacists aren't immunizing under the PrEP Act in Arizona. Technicians are immunizing under the PrEP Act in
Correct.
Arizona. So they're immunizing under the authority that we give them in Arizona, not under the PrEP Act.
Any other discussion? I definitely think, in my opinion, if there's no other discussion, it's something that we can periodically revisit. There's no harm in that.
Sorry, guys. The conflict of interest annual disclosures. The disclosure form is in your board books. If you'd like me to send you a separate attachment, we can certainly do that. But please read those, board members, and we would like them back as soon as possible. I think we got a couple of them back, but we haven't received them from all the board members.
Yeah, is it possible? I didn't know if it's possible to print these. How do you print them out of the board book?
What I'll do is I'll just send a separate attachment to all the board members.
Oh,
and anybody that's already submitted. Great. And for those that haven't, if we can get those back by the end of next week, that'd be great.
Yeah, if you can send another email, that'd be super helpful.
Okay. Just a update on applications. We have seen an increase in applicants not following through and completing their applications. We're still seeing 7 out of 10 applications received that are incomplete, and so a lot of my teams are basically chasing these folks around, trying to get court records or fingerprint clearance cards or simple thing as a photo ID. We had the opportunity, I think I shared with you, Lori and Joe this morning, is we had an applicant submit a high school diploma, and for some reason it was a funny feeling on the high school diploma, and we had to chase this person around trying to get them to provide an equivalency of the high school diploma or show that that high school actually existed. We followed up with the state that high school is located and got confirmation that there is no high school by that name. And then this diploma that was issued was fraudulent. But again, the time it takes to address that one application takes away from us dealing with the folks that are following the rules and supplying everything. So if I equate what that application time took to the number of applications that got delayed, I would say it's like 10 to 1. So those 10 applications that we could have opened and folks continue to work, we wasted time on this end of the equation. So for those that are listening to this meeting, industry leaders and so forth, if you can encourage applicants to supply all the necessary information accurate information at the time of applying, that would be very helpful. It would help speed up the process versus us chasing the information around.
I agree. So Dr. Gandhi and board staff, this is my opinion or suggestion about this whole application thing. Instead of having the board staff exhausting their efforts and time in chasing these individuals who are not submitting all the required documents, can we just post their name online? So let's say if I'm applying for a license, pharmacist license, I can go onto the board website and look for the status of my application. And if I see Kevin Dang is at incomplete, I should know what I'm missing. Because if you already given the applicant a checklist, everyone who's applying for any type of license should know what they need to submit to the board. It is not necessary for the board staff to spend a lot of time chasing after these individuals.
We do that, Mr. Dang. On the website, you can actually see if it's pending, in progress, what status it's in, so forth. And then we do provide them a checklist. We've had internal meetings where we're like, how many times do we need to communicate with an applicant before we move it forward, and then let the time frame deem that application closed.
Right.
And I think we came up with a number like if it's the same request, to ask for it twice, and then just leave it alone and let the license expire. But for some reason, my licensing folks have a bigger heart than I do, and so they continue to follow up over and over, and just wasting more time. And good for them. I do appreciate them for having a heart and wanting folks licensed, but again, it's exhausting and time consuming.
Yes.
Which is resulting in good applicants being ignored, right? So that's the challenge that we're running into right now.
So Cam, but then in addition to, instead of stating on the status board pending, can you change the verbiage to incomplete application? So me as an applicant, when I see that, I say, okay, my application status says incomplete. It doesn't say pending, because pending can be misleading. I can perceive it as the board staffs are currently reviewing my application, so it's pending. So if you can use more straightforward terminology, instead of saying pending, just simply said incomplete.
But Kevin, if it says incomplete, then what are they supposed to do from there? Then you want board staff to have a list of what's incomplete? Is that how you want to do that?
No, because, okay, the board has already given to these applicants a checklist. In order to apply for a pharmacist license, you have to make sure all these documents need to be submitted. I think that is an easy ask. So if I see my application status as incomplete, I'm gonna go back to all the documents that I submitted to the board, and I look at it again to see which one of these that I didn't submit to the board. We are all professionals, including technicians. I don't think our board staff should exhaust their time chasing after these applicants. I think that's a big waste of time. And honestly, that's a big waste of tax dollars.
Well, and then if they didn't have the information, they could at least reach out and say, hey, I see my application is incomplete, rather than us proactively reaching out to the candidate.
Yes, exactly.
The candidate could reach out and say, I'm not sure what I'm missing. What am I missing?
Yes, exactly.
Didn't we also discuss something that wouldn't let you proceed if you hadn't filled out every part of the form? Wasn't there an online format where we discussed that you wouldn't be able to click submit until it had all been completed?
Remember that too, Ms. Nair.
We are working on that. It takes a while for our vendor to recode the software. But also when we do that, I mean, I'll give you another example where we require a fingerprint clearance card. We get a hand with their fingerprints, sometimes a picture of that. Sometimes we get the fingerprint card with their fingerprints on it, where they're supposed to submit the DPS. So they can upload whatever they want, and in their minds they see it complete. But to your point, Mr. Dang, they do have an online way of checking their profile to see what came in, when it came in, what's missing, and when we requested that information. So the checklist, they can go into their profile and verify what's missing and what's not missing. So we have that up and running today. So as an applicant, if you're applying and you keep calling the board and say, hey, what's the status of my application? They have visibility into that using our website.
May I ask a question, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Gandhi, remind me, from the time an application is open, what is the length of time before we close the application due to an activity or incompletion?
There's a 60-day window for us to open an application and review it, and it's called an administrative review. And that has to take place within 60 days. Once we determine that application is complete, like all the information is there, and then we move it into substantive review. And substantive review is a 90-day window of us to address that application. In a substantive review, it involves making sure there's not any further court issues, criminal issues or discipline, board appearance required, and so forth. So a lot of those things are done during substantive review. There's also timeout period. So when we request information from an applicant, it doesn't penalize us as far as that time period, the 60 days. The time stops. And then when they get that information back to us, then the time starts picking up again. So it could be 4 months in the administrative review where, 2 months, 45 days, 60 days, whatever it is, was on the applicant to provide that information.
Mike, I'm unclear about this. From a time you request, or the board staff requests an applicant to submit some kind of a document that we require, until that document is provided, is there a time limit? I know you said they do it twice. They ask in your internal meetings, you decided you were going to ask an applicant twice. Do you give them a deadline? Is there a deadline?
I believe they have, and Gene, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they have a deadline of 30 days to provide that information to us.
Yeah, so I'm sympathetic to the board staff with heart, but I kind of tend to agree with you. Once that 30 days pass, if you've asked them twice and they haven't provided it, it closes. This board licenses professionals. The professionals need to have all the responsibility for making sure they are licensed. So you give them 30 days, they're not providing the document in 30 days, close. They need to reapply and resubmit a fee.
Yep.
But just to clarify the process, so if somebody applies, the application is incomplete, the staff reaches out, says, your application's not being processed, it's incomplete. They can sign in, look at their profile, see what is incomplete, but there's some sort of notification that goes to the applicant that says your application was complete via email, phone call, something to that nature. Correct?
That is correct. We do notify applicants when their application is complete, yes.
Incomplete, right?
When it's incomplete as well, yes.
Good.
How do they receive the notification?
We send them the checklist. So we email them the checklist, and I believe we mail them the checklist as well.
Okay.
So Cam, what are you asking for today? What's your ask?
Not really an ask, just to bring it to your attention what is happening behind the scenes. And for any industry leaders that's listening on YouTube and you guys as well, if you have people that are applying, please have them submit complete applications. It makes everybody's life a lot easier.
If I can interject, go ahead, Kristen.
I was just going to say, maybe this is something we could put in the newsletter to remind people they can go online to check where their status is, maybe just so they know that that's an option.
The applicants that are applying don't get the newsletter.
But their pick might.
Their pick, actually, I think NABP is trying to do a review of how many folks are actually reading the newsletter versus how many folks are not. So that's being reviewed from my understanding. I understand that our newsletter does not, we have 10,000 licensed pharmacists, 7,500 of them in Arizona. We have another 10,000 technicians and another 7,000 tech trainees, I believe. A fraction of them are signed up for the newsletter. So not even all the pharmacists are signed up for it. So we have challenges trying to get the message out. I mean, we've created a Twitter account, we created a Facebook account, we try to post it on everything. But again, our Facebook following is kind of embarrassing. Our Twitter following is embarrassing. So I don't know of another way to get message out to these folks. We've even thought about sending out a mass email, but not everybody is in control of their emails. Sometimes it's a licensing group for the permit holders. And the number of emails that have shifted from one email to another where people are not getting the emails and we get bounce backs. So messages are really difficult to get out there.
Sometimes the best way to get your message out is by closing the application. A couple of people get it closed, the message gets out quickly. To me, I hate to be heartless about this, but again, we're dealing with professionals here. They want a professional license. Their responsibility is on them, not on your staff. Close it and move on. And then the word gets around fastest that way, in my opinion.
I think the challenge is that the employers maybe perhaps don't know what the problem is with the application, and these people are kind of stuck in limbo. And there is right now a massive need for, in particular, technicians, well, technicians and pharmacists for that matter. Pharmacists are usually already licensed, but I think that, this is a good conversation to have for the public, because I certainly had no idea that 7 out of 10 applications are incomplete. So I think it's good to get that message out there, because I don't know that I think all of the employers are aware that it's that significant of an issue. I think there's the assumption on the part of some that the staff is not responding to applications, and that does not appear to be the case. It appears to be lack of follow through on the part of the applicant.
Ms. Galvin, did you have a comment? I saw you trying to make a comment earlier.
You're
You're on
muted, Ms.
mute.
Galvin.
Not at this time. It's fine.
Dr. Gandhi, I have a suggestion. Is there any way we can add the message onto the electronic application? So before I sign my name electronically, there should be an attestation right above the signature line. I have to read it and I have to click it. That way, whether you're applying for a tech, a pharmacist license, or a permit holder, you will get the message before you sign.
What did you want the message to read?
Just say, incomplete application, we'll give you 30 days. If you're not providing to the board the necessary documents, the application will be closed. Make it sound very strict. So me, before I sign it, I say, okay, I'm gonna go back, making sure that everything is all included here. And then let's say if I miss anything, I know for the fact that, yes, I have 30 days grace period that I have to submit to the board. I think it's a fair ask. Everyone, before they sign, they just have to click a check, and then we're done.
Mr. Dang, there is a disclaimer, but there's also, please provide your court records, please provide fingerprint clearance card, please provide this, and it seems like we get an application. So we can put a lot of disclaimers, we can put a lot of words, but it's a matter of an applicant reading those things, right? So
that's true.
Again, your disclaimer that you just described right now is on the application.
Okay, then I think then is we have to hold the applicants responsible for all those documents.
So
I'm personally opposed to that. I see us as more of a service agency, and I think we should be there to try to help individuals get through this. To make it more like a Gestapo, you either fill it out or we throw it away in 30 days is the wrong approach. I don't think that's what we're doing. I think though, however, to ask and say, please, if you'll complete all of this stuff and make sure it's done, your application will go through quicker, meaning you do your part and we'll get you faster speed on the other end would be a huge benefit. But to enforce it as if it's, we're going to throw it away if we don't get it, is absolutely the wrong place for us to be.
No, Mr. Minkus, we do still do our due diligence. We provide them a checklist of what's missing. We follow up with them in a couple of times. We'll get an email from them about the status of their application, and we'll respond. You're still missing such and such. So we're not saying one and done, right? So
a mow at 30 days, why don't you just cut it off, just throw it away?
No, 30 days with notice. They're getting communication from the board staff. It's not like it's 30 days and if it's not there, they're done. The board is going to give them 2 notifications. And to me, that's enough. There's a certain portion of the population that just doesn't do things right. They don't show up for their appointments. They don't pay their bills on time. They don't, whatever. And you can't penalize, as Dr. Gandhi says, the rest of the population. And because of these people who can't their act together, they don't get their prescriptions refilled on time, and they create a burden to everybody else. The board is giving them 2 notices saying, please get this stuff in, and that should be enough for a professional. So I'm respectfully going to disagree with your characterization of Gestapo and stuff. I think two notifications is great service. That's above and beyond, in my opinion. So that's why I said what I said. They get 2 notices. If within 30 days they're not following through, enough is enough.
But guys, just to wrap up the discussion here, we do have statutes on how we deal with applications. We are following those as the statutes are written, and then going up and beyond with communication to these applicants. But I just wanted to, this whole discussion was just around to let you guys know our challenges behind the scenes.
Okay.
Nothing more. So we will continue to do what we're doing. But in an event you hear of an applicant not getting their license issued by the board, and it's been 2-3 months, then more than likely there's something wrong with that application than not. So we want to get these things out as soon as possible. That makes our lives a lot easier. We're not trying to create roadblocks for anybody. But again, if you see an applicant that hasn't been licensed in 2 months, we'll say 60 days, plus or minus, there's an issue with that application.
Thank you, Cam. Yep, I appreciate. Good discussion, team. Looking at NABP passports and the misunderstanding of being authorized to work in Arizona.
So we've come to learn that some folks feel that once they fill out a passport through NABP, that they can up from another state, move to Arizona and start working. Even on the NABP passport, when they apply, they are told about states that have a process in place that require them to fill out a form just to let the state know that they're coming in, their intent is to work in that state. Now, we do issue them an authorization to work. It's pretty much like a license to work in Arizona, but it's simply an authorization to work. They just can't simply work on an NABP passport to work in a pharmacy or MTM services and so forth. I know there's a new PrEP Act that allows them to come in to immunize. It would be still nice to know who's in our state's practicing pharmacy. So that's where we're at right now. We're trying to dispel that confusion by having this discussion. Any questions on that?
No.
Thank you. Office staff updates and metrics. We kind of covered some of our challenges here with the applications that we're receiving. We are still receiving quite a bit of applications, more coming in incomplete than complete, and so that's just a challenge we just had some heated discussion on. We are still, again, continuing to telework and follow safe guidelines based on the COVID activity that's happening out there. I don't know what else to really add. Team is doing a phenomenal job. I can't thank them enough for what they do. And with the COVID situation, it's made situation a little difficult, even like for myself, for instance. I love to come into the office and walk around, say good morning to everybody in person, versus seeing everybody's faces like this. I'm sure you guys feel the same way about having board meetings virtually versus in person. It's a different way of life. So there's a adjustment period for a lot of us. We continue to look at our operation and trying to adjust what works for our team the best. So we made some modifications. We recently had our intern pharmacist, licensing specialist retire. And so we reshifted some of the team members to pick up that role. And we promoted the gal that was working the front desk into a licensing role. So again, we're evolving to a point where we're a growing agency as well. Several meetings ago, we discussed the MOU by the FDA, determined that it was going to be a burden for the board to manage that MOU in an event we sign it. And so a request was put in for additional compliance officers to help us with the MOU and the inspections and gathering data for the FDA. It looks like it's been tentatively approved. So come this July, if it does pass legislation, we'll have 3 more compliance officers on our team. So we're a growing agency, guys. That's a good sign that we're doing what we need to protect the residents of Arizona. Next topic was pharmacy technician trainees. One of the requirements is a high school diploma or equivalent is what our language says. We have had people submit university enrollment documentation, proof that they're enrolled in the university. Now, community colleges are different. They operate on a different level, and universities operate on a different level. And I understand Mr. Hargraves had an opportunity to do some research on this as to university requirements. And one of the requirements is a high school diploma. This is more applicable to international folks that are applying to work as a technician in our state. And they can't necessarily generate a high school diploma or have a translated one that's certified. So, but they do submit a university, proof of university enrollment. And my ask of the board is, would you deem that equivalent?
I have a question.
Yes.
If they had to have graduated from a high school or had some high school diploma for the university, what were they able to provide to them to show that they had graduated from high school?
I believe the university may have their own process on how to vet those. And that's it may be an internal process, how to vet those criterias and curriculums that they had in another country. I don't think once they evaluate that, I don't know if that's shared back with the applicant to be shared with other folks that are required for licensing or any other mechanism.
I feel like my daughter's 14, and from my understanding, she can apply, take classes at the university or college.
Would that be full-time or part-time? Just some classes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what are we asking? That they just show that they are taking a class at a university?
They are enrolled, and we can set parameters around full-time enrollment in a university would deem equivalent. If it's not full-time, then we won't deem it equivalent. So whatever you guys want.
I just wonder, what about homeschooled students? They may be able to do both. I just don't know that it states that I don't know that being enrolled in a university states that you have a high school diploma.
There's a difference between being enrolled and being admitted as well. I recall 40 years ago when I applied to a university, you had to be accepted and admitted. But as a high school student, I was able to take AP classes and be enrolled in a university. And so to me, admission is more important than enrollment. And I don't know what we're asking him. And so if admission to a university is a criteria, I'm okay with that. Because I think that requires a level of screening that is satisfactory.
And that's what we're indicating, Mr. Solari.
I am struggling with the fact that it's in our rules and regulations to have a high school diploma or a GED equivalent.
You cut out, Mr. Leba. We can't hear you.
Mr. Leba, we can't hear you.
We couldn't hear you, Joe.
You assuming that there was something stringent for the admission of it, but we don't know that. So to me, it looks to me like if this was something we want to go down, it would require rule and regulation.
Mr. Leba, we couldn't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. What I was saying is I don't see that this is something that we can just say, yes, take it. I see that our minimum requirement is a high school diploma or a GED. So to say that we can just accept somebody that's enrolled in a university or college is, I don't think we can go there right now. But Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, I'd wonder what your opinion was on that. And then the only other thing I'd say is being accepted into a school does not mean that you have an equivalent of a high school diploma education level. Not always.
Mr. Leba, 321923.01, licensure for pharmacy tech, a high school diploma or the equivalent of a high school diploma.
I think what the question should be framed as you would view admission into a college or university as evidence of a high school diploma or the equivalent. It's not the equivalent of a high school diploma or evidence of a GED or the equivalent, but it is evidence that they have a high school diploma or equivalent. It's a slight distinction, but I think it's important.
You cut out on the last part, Ms. Galvin.
I think it's an important distinction, how you're viewing this admission to a college or university. And maybe a substantive policy statement that says that admission to a university or college that requires the attainment of a high school diploma can serve as evidence of that high school diploma if the person or applicant is unable to, offer proof of that high school diploma or the equivalent. You're not adding a new requirement. You're just simply saying that in lieu of an actual diploma or the equivalent, the board would accept proof of admission into a college or university that requires the completion of high school as evidence of that high school diploma.
Would we be accepting vocational colleges as well for, say, entry-level technical jobs in the future? It's interesting to me, the board's had several discussions when it comes to technicians expanding their scope of practice that they need to go through advanced degree work, or they need to go through advanced training through a technician school. And then we're at the entry level of a high school diploma or a GED, and we're saying it's okay if you don't have it. And I don't know, could a vocational school where you go to fix and prepare or something technical, would you need a high school education for that? Not really, but it is technically college. And team, I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just unsure.
Yeah.
I think the distinction though, Mr. President, is their website would indicate what are the requirements. And if that doesn't indicate that a high school is a requirement to enter that college or university, it wouldn't be accepted.
I just feel like if they can provide that for the university, why wouldn't they be able to provide it for us? Because if you're saying that it's equivalent of a high school and the university is making that determination, why would we not be able to make that determination as well?
We require that information to be translated and certified to be equivalent of the education here. And it is an added expense. And the pushback we get back is, well, the university accepted me and they require a high school degree. So why can't I just use my admission and transcripts here? I'm providing them.
Why can't you just say, if you provide it to them, why don't you provide it to us?
Well, they do. They do, but it's not certified. And I think the school has the ability to accept and certify it. Some schools, some universities may have that ability.
Dr. Gandy, what kind of numbers are we talking here? How many applicants are in this dilemma?
There's not a whole lot. Again, this is applicable to more international folks, but it is something we need to deal with.
With international folks, I'm a little bit more reluctant to go easy on this. I'd rather have a stricter criteria with international individuals compared to domestic, because you just don't know where they've been, what they've done, what qualifications they have. There's a lot of gray area, and with international people, being one of them myself back in the day, I just don't want to go too relaxed here.
So I think the pulse I'm getting from just to wrap up this discussion is high school diploma or GED, period.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think, yeah, we're better leaving it well enough alone.
All right. So the elephant in the room now is the next subject. Prop 207 has passed. How does the board wish to move forward? And Prop 207 is legalizing marijuana for recreational use. So I'm going to step back and listen to this robust conversation and get direction from you guys.
I asked that this be brought up because I wanted to discuss what legally, what kind of position we can take when someone, maybe an employer would be able to fire someone depending on what policies they have. But if they've failed a drug test at work and they come before the board, what kind of remedy do we have?
May I just throw a couple of things out for thought? There's a difference between having the marijuana in your system and being working or driving impaired. I think if somebody is cited or fired for working impaired and they have marijuana as the cause, the only cause, then I think we have more solid ground. If they just have marijuana in their system and they failed a drug test, but they never showed up for work impaired or did any driving impaired, that kind of stuff, I don't think we can do anything about that. And I'm interested in the legal counsel's opinion as well.
I 100% agree with you, Mo. I think it's kind of like alcohol, right? So somebody that shows up at work drunk that's a problem, right? Somebody that gets arrested for being impaired in public, again, same kind of thing. I'd be interested in the legal counsel's opinion on this. I think the challenging thing here is, unlike alcohol, there isn't a threshold where like a blood alcohol or something like that either that really can tell, was the person impaired or not. I think it's less clear cut with marijuana, but I know that there are a number of other boards that have dealt with this in other states, California, Oregon, et cetera, where these products have already been legalized as well.
And it would still need to be reported to the board if you were impaired and driving or whatever. I don't know if there's a legal limit now.
If they received the citation, they would need to report it to the board. And if they were fired, I think both the employer and the individual would have to report it to the board.
And then how would we handle that?
Well, again, if they're impaired, they go through the grid, same as the alcohol, I would think. If they are not impaired, they just have marijuana in their system and failed the initial employment drug screening. I don't know. I mean, that's the employer's prerogative not to hire them, but I don't think we have any standing to limit their license or their ability to practice. My opinion. I'm again waiting for legal counsel to weigh in.
Well, if we'd stop talking, she probably would.
Other agencies who issue professional licenses are dealing with the same question. The Attorney General's office is looking at this issue and is in the process of drafting guidance for all of our client agencies in an effort to help clear up some of the questions that they have. And you're right that other states who have been down this path before us, those actions are informative for us who are newly on this path, but the AG's office is working on guidance that we can share with all of our clients.
So it's wait and see for now.
Yep, I think we do case by case review until we get some guidance, kind of like we're doing the best that we can. I think some valid points are being made, though. Board members, any other questions or discussions on that? Okay.
Okay, Mr. President, I think that's all I have on my list of topics.
Okay. Ms. Kiona-Vong, if it's okay with you, I'd like to break and allow a little bit more time for a lunch break so people can do a little bit of work as well and catch up, and then reconvene here at 1 o'clock.
Yes, that's good.
Okay. All right, team, we will take a break and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. And thank you very much. Okay, it is 1 o'clock and we will go ahead and reconvene and pick up with the controlled substance prescription monitoring program updates and accomplishments. But before we do that, I'll have Dr. Gandhi take a roll call, please.
Mr. Solari. Mr. Solari.
Yes, sorry, I've had a difficulty unmuting. Present, sir.
Mr. Dang.
At your service.
Mr. Mintus.
Here.
Mr. Leba.
Here.
Ms. Lehan.
Here.
Ms. Walmsley.
Here.
Mr. Tong.
Here.
Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman. Ms. Nair.
Here.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for Mr. Goodman.
Okay. Mr. Scavarla, if you'd like to take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Leba. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for letting me know. I wanted to start by kind of highlighting what the CSPMP's focuses are. And when I think of our focuses, number one on our list is education. We educate about the use of the PMP, how to use it, how to register, changes in laws. So education is always going to be at the top of what we do. Another focus is making the CSPMP as easy to use as possible. And when I think of how to make it easy, I think of our customer service. I think of our integration efforts with both pharmacies and EHRs. And then number three, collaboration. The CSPMP impacts not just the Board of Pharmacy, but every other licensing board that can prescribe controlled substances. But in addition to that, we work with the governor's office. We work with Department of Health. So collaboration is number three as far as where our focuses are. And then number four is we have all this data. How do we take that data and make meaningful health care outcomes safer and better for Arizona? So I wanted to start with that because I can't cover that each and every meeting, right? You know, each of those subjects I could talk for hours about if I wanted. But today I decided I wanted to talk about our collaboration efforts and looking at data that we have an epidemiologist, we have an analyst, and we look at the data and we create visualizations and education around that. So that was included in your packet, and hopefully you guys had a chance to look at that. But for the public, I'd want them to know that we worked this last 2-3 months with Maricopa County, with the CDC, with our state Medicaid access, with an organization referred to as HIDA, and the HIDA stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. And they're looking for, hotspots, if you will, and whether that's hotspots due to illegal narcotics, whether it's due to investigations elsewhere. That's what HIDA works on. And when we meet with these, again, our focus has become to be educating them, helping them make the PMP useful for the space that they're in. And then number two, we focus on that, for today, we're talking about data and making that data meaningful to Maricopa County, making it meaningful for the CDC and our Medicaid. So when we talk about our work with Maricopa County, we have a neat project going on, and our epidemiologist receives information from Maricopa County. She matches that information up with PMP reports and gives that back to Maricopa County in a de-identified way. Again, because of the sensitivity, I can't give identifiable data, but it allows for a more meaningful study of the data by taking one data set and combining it with the PMP data. And the data set that I'm referring to is they provide a list of non-fatal overdoses. So you're looking at patients that have had a non-fatal overdose, and we get that information, we match up that information and package it back up, allowing for a more meaningful study. I gave you charts in there, and basically all the charts are saying is if you look at our prescriptions year over year, they continue to go down. When I say prescriptions, number of opioid prescriptions, the number of pills continues to go down. The MME per prescription continues to go down. So one interesting thing that's come up with all these meetings is, and I think you guys all feel the same question in your own way, how has COVID impacted your world, right? And how has COVID impacted opioid use? How about dangerous combinations? And when we say dangerous combinations of meds, we're usually thinking an opioid and a benzodiazepine. And we know COVID has created a lot of anxiety for America. So are we seeing increases in those dangerous combinations? And we've looked at, we've had our epidemiologists and our analysts look at this. And that answer for Arizona is no, we are not seeing an increase in the number of benzodiazepines, and we're not seeing an increase in the number of patients on dangerous combinations. One interesting thing that we did notice is we saw a decrease in stimulants during this time period. And I can't say that I know the why behind that, but what I could take guesses, and that is really a guess. And I think it revolves around the time period when maybe people weren't in school, children weren't in school, college students weren't in class, and sometimes we see decreases in stimulant use at that time because of ADHD uses. But it's just a guess. I can't say that for sure. But what I can say for sure is that the population of 18 to 24-year-olds saw the biggest decrease, which you would kind of associate with your college age. We have a dashboard up, and I've talked about that dashboard before. And that dashboard, we have a few different graphs there. And one of the graphs is like the overlapping opioid and benzos. And when we talk about that, one way to look at it is the number of prescribers that are involved in prescribing a dangerous combination. And what I mean by that is you have prescriber one, prescriber two. You don't necessarily have to be the same prescriber to be part of the issue of a patient getting both an opioid and a benzo. So we look at it from both the standpoint of the number of prescribers as well as the number of patients. And what's interesting is we're seeing a decrease in the number of patients on the dangerous combinations, but the number of prescribers contributing to the dangerous combinations looks to be about the same. You can see this all on our dashboard if you go to our website. It's interactive. It's very cool. You can break things down by age population. You can break things down by county. And quite frankly, it helps us with the data requests. It helps takes low the pressure off of us answering all those questions if you can go and use that tool on your own. You know, we gave a little bit of data around, you know, COVID timelines and policies. And I'm sorry, I think that I wanted another graph to go there also. And the other graph would be the graph of the number of prescriptions that were filled during that same timeline. And basically what that really is saying is, as we saw that COVID would, if policy was we needed to be more in a restricted state of socialization, we saw that the prescriptions went down also. So when March was before COVID, we saw the highest piece of opioid prescribing at that time. And then when COVID hit, we saw a slight decrease and stayed flat all the way until around October. And then October, as we saw that, you know, maybe a little bit more patient interaction within the community of citizens. And not that it started just in October, but we do see a steady increase of opioids again. I think we all know Arizona is a snowbird state, and I think that contributes a lot to it too. And these are the kind of questions we get all the time, which is, you know, can you tell us a correlation between COVID and opioid use, or by zip codes and things like that? So I just wanted to share a little bit of our work with you guys around that. And I'm really just going to stop there and let you guys ask me questions, because I think you probably had a chance to look over the charts, and I think I'd be most useful answering any questions for you.
Thank you, Doug. Board members, do you have questions for Doug?
I just have a question on what you just said. Those are the questions you are being asked, but who is asking?
We can get those requests from Department of Health, Governor's Office. It could come from public. You know, the public can request data from us. Of course, it has to be a de-identified way. If we have the tools to answer those questions, we do the best we can. And not limited to just those entities I said. You know, I answer questions for as many people as I can. And maybe if you have somebody in particular in mind, I could tell you if they've asked me one.
Oh, I wasn't hinting at anything.
Cool. Yeah, you know, our statutes allow for us to share data in a de-identified way. So if we can aggregate it and make helpful information, and CDC is a big one, right? When CDC releases all that information about states and opioids, they're getting it from PMPs. PMPs are reporting that to CDC, and they compile that information. They're not getting the direct prescription information, but they're getting aggregate data that they can use to help with their website and share information.
Anything else?
I guess I have a question for the board members. Do you find this to be good information and helpful information? And do you have any topics that you'd like me to cover moving forward?
I find it to be very helpful and very interesting. So thank you for posting it for us.
Very welcome.
Same.
You know what I would expect is, you know, I took the time to talk about data and collaboration this meeting, and I think what we'll see is I'll dive deeper into integration in our efforts, and I do that throughout the year. But it's always good a reminder to kind of let you know what the PMP is working on.
I appreciate it, Doug. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Okay, Jennifer, are you going next or are we going somewhere else in the agenda?
I think under Jennifer's topic, we have some discussion around COVID that might last longer. And so
Okay.
maybe we move to conferences if that's our.
Okay. Picking up on tab 29, conferences. The first conference is 29A 20-0255, Glendale Pharmacy.
While we're moving there, Mr. President, if I just can confirm Mr. Goodman is on. Mr. Goodman. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Richardson, would you mind giving a brief overview of the case? And then I will ask the respondents to make a statement as well.
Absolutely. In April of 2020, board staff was notified by the office manager of Glendale Pharmacy that they would be temporarily closing because 2 staff members had been infected with COVID-19. They would be working with their local providers to minimize impact to their patients, and that they would be reopening after the employees recovered. According to their PIC, Thomas Proctor, he had not been employed by Glendale Pharmacy since April 3rd. On May 5th, I personally received notification of an Office of Inspector General complaint against Glendale Pharmacy regarding potential insurance fraud involving 3 different insurance companies. On May 5th, I phoned the pharmacy to determine if they had reopened from their COVID infection. There was no indication on their voicemail that they had been closed. However, I was not able to reach anyone at the pharmacy. I drove over to the location. I noted that there was no outside signage indicating that a pharmacy was located there. The pharmacy is actually located inside the lobby of a doctor's office. So I went inside. The gates to the pharmacy were locked. I spoke to the front desk at the doctor's office, and they said no one had been there for a few weeks, but they were unclear as to why. The lady from the doctor's office did show me an employee door to the pharmacy that had a sign on it. And the staff member said that they were directed to receive mail and deliveries for them, but they had not seen anyone there from the pharmacy. Didn't appear that there was any communication up to minimize any impact to the patients, as we had been told by the office manager. On May 20th, I contacted Thomas Proctor, who had been listed as the PIC, via email to request information to conduct a desktop audit. I wanted to obtain some invoices and dispensing documents in reference to the OIG complaint that I had received. I did not get a response from Mr. Proctor. However, I did receive a phone call from Mr. Adams, the office manager, who is a licensed technician with this board. He phoned me to say that they were still closed, but he could retrieve the documents that I had requested. It's unclear how he would be able to retrieve those documents, since the PIC, as we later learned, was already laid off, and Mr. Adams is not a pharmacist. I then received an email from Mr. Harmon, who is the owner of Glendale Pharmacy, informing me that he was closed due to COVID, but he was transferring ownership of the pharmacy and that he would reopen as soon as the new pharmacy was approved. All employees of the pharmacy, including the PIC, had been laid off. At this point, it didn't appear that the closure was due to COVID, because he did state at this point that they could reopen as soon as the new permit was approved. At this point, on June 10th, there had been multiple email communications back and forth between Mr. Harmon and board staff. Mr. Harmon informed us on June 10th that while they had initially closed due to COVID illness, they subsequently ran into some financial issues due to business closures in the state of Arizona, and that he had laid off all of his employees back in April. He intended to bring them back once the ownership change occurred with Meta Pharmacy, which is another application you have before you today. He stated that he could open immediately once that was approved. Despite no longer having a PIC for the permit and having terminated the PIC's employment, he indicated that Mr. Proctor still had the keys to the pharmacy. When he was asked if drugs and records were still there, he was not sure, but he thought that they were still there. He indicated that Mr. Proctor would better be able to answer that. According to Mr. Proctor, he had not been employed by Glendale Pharmacy since April 3rd. On June 22nd, Glendale Pharmacy notified the board that they would be closing permanently. The notice was signed by Thomas Proctor as PIC. They did not provide the required 14-day notice of closure. Instead, they stated that their closure would be effective that day. They indicated that their prescription medications would be transferred to Bayview Pharmacy in California. James Harmon, the owner of Glendale Pharmacy, has owned this Bayview Pharmacy since 2017, and this was not disclosed on his Arizona application. It's not known how the drugs and records were actually transferred. The Glendale Pharmacy closure notice also stated that the records were going to be transferred to Modern RX in Las Vegas, which raised concerns because patients are unable to access their prescriptions in a timely manner if the prescriptions are in Vegas and not Arizona. It is unclear if patients were notified of the closure. The notice also did not specify specifically what records were being transferred to Las Vegas, but it should be noted that while they would be responsible for the dispensing and prescription records, Mr. Harmon would still be responsible for maintaining any purchase and destruction records. He did not specify a person responsible for the records. The permit for Glendale Pharmacy could not be closed because of this open complaint. So as of now, the permit status is currently closed provisional.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson, for that overview. The respondents in this case are James Harmon and Thomas Proctor. If you are present in the room, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello. Go ahead, Tom. You want to go first?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Thomas Proctor, and yes, I am here.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Harmon?
Yes, sir. This is James Harmon, and I'm here as well.
Okay. Now, Mr. Proctor, you have legal counsel. Are you independently being representative outside of Mr. Harmon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So before we start, I will go in order of what's listed on the respondents. James Harmon, owner, would you like to make a statement?
And just so the board's aware, I'm his attorney, Camille Dean. I'm online.
Okay, nice to meet you, Camille.
Thank you.
Are you hi there. I do know about Mr. Dang's credentials in Arizona. Are you a licensed attorney in Arizona?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. If you would like to make a statement, Ms.
Yes.
Dean and Mr. Harmon, you can do that now.
I also submitted to the board copies of the proof of when his pharmacy opened in California. The Marbella Pharmacy was opened in August 27th of 2018. So it's not from 2017, and it was after the Glendale Pharmacy. So I submitted that to the board. I'm not sure if you have copies of that. I submitted it to the chair. And we also had made an offer to the board of a fine of $1,000 for the miscommunications for the Glendale Pharmacy to resolve the matter.
Okay, for the record, you submitted that to the executive director, not the
Yes.
chair, but understood.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Harmon, would you like to make a statement?
I guess the statement I would make is we obviously did not have good communication with the board. We were in the middle of a pandemic. We originally closed due to the pandemic, just like Ms. Richardson said, and there were definitely issues with communication from us to the board.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list is Thomas Proctor, the pharmacist in charge at the time.
Yes, sir.
It's good.
Okay, just to introduce myself briefly, I've been a pharmacist for 46 years, licensed in multiple states. Have had probably half of my experience in retail, the other half in hospital. And at no time during this entire period have I had a patient complaint, a board complaint, a DEA complaint, a OIG. nothing, a totally clean record. What we tried to do was actually confirm with the quarantine issues that were coming out from COVID. The initial information that came to the board was not correct. What was correct is that my wife did have COVID. She was tested positive for it. When we got the results back, I notified James, and based on the quarantine information we had, the decision was made to close because for at least the 14 days. And so that's where it started, and that's where we've come to now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dang, anything to say before I open it up to the board members, questions and discussion?
Nothing else to add at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, I'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
I'm willing to start. Is Mr. Adams here? And if so, why isn't he? And if not, why is he not here? Mr. Harmon, Mr. Harmon, I guess he's your employee. Would you like to address that?
Yes, I can. So Mr. Adams was an employee, obviously no longer an employee because we're no longer operating. We ended up releasing Mr. Adams because of his communication to the board, because it wasn't truthful in the beginning from what you saw. We have not reached out to Mr. Adams to bring him on. It looks like the complaint was to me and Mr. Proctor, so that's been the reason the two of us are on.
The first issue that came up on the complaint was the OIG for insurance, for 3 cases of insurance fraud. What can you tell us about the 3 cases of insurance fraud that the OIG has brought to our attention?
I can't tell you anything about it. I wasn't even notified about it until November, and I have no idea what it's regarding. From my discussions with my attorneys, it looks like it could be related to an audit, which Mr. Adams was responsible for performing. I'm assuming that's it, but other than that, I don't have any information on it.
So since November, you've not tried to find out anything about a claim by the Office of the Inspector General. You're kind of watching and waiting to see?
Mr. President, if I may, I tried to find out what happened or what's going on, and I didn't hear anything back.
Okay, Mr. Solari.
The next item that came up is where are the drugs right now? The inventory of the pharmacy, where is it being kept?
Inventory, which one did it go to? Okay, the inventory went to the pharmacy that's in Capistrano, California, and the records went to the Las Vegas pharmacy.
When you talk about records, are you talking about the records of the transfer of the drugs or the records of the prescriptions of the patients?
Well, I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about the records of the prescriptions themselves, the invoices, the transfers, every piece of records that we generated at Mr. Harmon's direction. That's what the pharmacy he wanted them to go to, and that's where I sent them.
So help me understand this. The drugs went to a pharmacy in California, but the records of the drugs transferred, the DEA 222s and involved that were involved with the controlled substances, they went to a pharmacy in Nevada?
No, sir. We never had a controlled substance in the pharmacy. We had a DEA number only so we could participate with the PBMs. That was one of the agreements when I agreed to come out to be PIC, was that we would not stock or have in hand any controlled substance. And nice. Mr. Harmon was fine with that.
Were the patients notified that their records are going to Nevada?
supposed to, the phone number that I posted up on the warning, the notification on the outside of the pharmacy was our 800 number that was supposed to roll to the pharmacy that had the records.
So if I was your patient and I wanted a refill of my prescription, I would call that 800 number and then it would go to the Nevada pharmacy or the California pharmacy?
That should go to the Nevada pharmacy.
And then they would fill the prescription and send it, mail it to the patient? Is that the?
If they, yes,
So can I just ask a follow-up question there, Mo?
Please.
Actually, two. So did you proactively notify the patients that you were transferring their prescriptions to another pharmacy out of state, and they couldn't come and fill their prescriptions at your pharmacy tomorrow like they would normally expect to be able to do?
No, that was not done.
So they would either show up at your door and they would see that your pharmacy is closed, or they would call in and it would be routed to some other number, basically.
So if I may, Madam Walmsley, they would have seen a sign posted with respect to the closure, or should have seen a sign with respect to the closure. And to Mr. Proctor's point, the phones should have rolled over to the Las Vegas facility.
Should have rolled over to patients. One other thing, if I might, here with you, the way the business model was designed, during the tenure that we were open, we had less than 6 patients walk into the pharmacy. Everything else was delivered, mailed, or UPS to them.
So what was the nature of the type of prescriptions you were filling in your pharmacy then?
What I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What are the nature of the prescriptions you were filling? So like, what did your typical business look like? What type of prescriptions were you filling, and where did you get your prescriptions from?
We were getting prescriptions for foot baths, for pain creams, for treatments for pre-op and post-op, things for spinal surgery, to cleanse the area with Hevaclins and then Mupiricin afterwards. And like I said, we had the prescriptions that were coming for foot baths, as well as the pain creams. We had some from a couple of pain clinics, and that was the majority of what we had. The walk-in business from the doctor's office next to us. We had insulin and a couple of blood pressure medications. The dentist office on the other side of us, I filled 2 different patients' prescriptions for ibuprofen and amoxicillin.
Okay. So you mentioned that when you closed that you transferred your prescription files over to the pharmacy in Nevada, and I assume that those prescriptions were automatically being shipped. I believe before us, we also have an application for the Nevada permit. Were you guys shipping into Arizona, Mr. Harmon, before you had this permit, or was there a gap in care for these patients?
Ms. Walmsley, that's a different application.
Oh, it was a different one?
Yes.
Okay.
But to her point, though, I had the same question. Was the pharmacy that received the prescription records in Nevada, were they licensed in Arizona?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just to follow up on a quick clarification, you said that the phones should be rerouting the patients. Are you saying that they did? The patients, when they called, they were rerouted to the other pharmacy?
What I'm saying is that one of the job assignments as we were closing down, Bud Adams was assigned to make the phones roll over to go to the store in Las Vegas. I have not called to see if they did that. So I had to assume, if you will, that he did his job as he was assigned to do.
Was Mr. Adams under your supervision or under Mr. Harmon's supervision?
Well, he was under mine on the day-to-day, but he took most of his directions from Mr. Harmon from the standpoint of being the business manager for the pharmacy.
So it would be Mr. Harmon's job to verify that if he agreed to route the phones and send the prescriptions, they actually got done and the patients were taken care of?
I think ultimately it would have been my responsibility. I had a lot going on at that time. As we were trying to close and go down, as I mentioned a while ago, my wife did have the COVID infection, and she was symptomatic and having lots of problems with it. On top of her other medical conditions of lupus, MS, scleroderma, and Barrett's esophagus, my mind was somewhat preoccupied with her and her care. And so I didn't follow up as I should have.
Is Mr. Adams authorized to request the withdrawal of your CHOW application? Mr. Harmon, did you authorize him?
I'm sorry, which application?
Your change of ownership application. Mr. Adams, somewhere along the line, I read that he requested the withdrawal of the change of ownership application. Did you authorize that?
I did. And let me, if you don't mind, let me kind of explain what exactly was going on with that in the beginning. So Mr. Adams had come to me and informed me that he knew the processes. And again, this falls back on me because I should have been the one that reached out and did all of this. But I just didn't know the processes. And he told me that he knew the process for how to come in with change of ownership and how to run through all of that with the board. So we brought him on as a consultant to do that. So Meta Pharmacy, which is owned by a public company, was the one who was coming in to purchase Glendale and to go through a change of ownership. When everything was happening in June, May and June, when Ms. Richardson reached out, and there was obviously a lot of miscommunication that went out from us starting in the very beginning, and created, and also working with everything that was going on with the pandemic, et cetera. We made a decision that we should close down the application or withdraw the application for Meta Pharmacy. This would have been the first pharmacy that was brought into Meta Pharmacy, and Meta Pharmacy right now, of course, has no pharmacies, and we're in the middle of, it's basically closed down, but it won't be doing any business moving forward. It really hasn't done any business at all. So.
Thank you.
Ms. Richardson, I'm trying to find it. Can you confirm with me that in this reading, there was also a discrepancy on the validity of the application and it being filled out and omitting the disclosure of Mr. Harmon being owner of another pharmacy?
Correct. When doing the research on where the prescriptions were being transferred to, I did some research and found some information from the California Secretary of State that Mr. Harmon is the owner of that pharmacy in California. I know that Ms. Dean just stated that he didn't own it until 2018, but I have a record from a filing from the Secretary of State in California that was filed May 30th, 2017, signed by Mr. Harmon for Bayview Pharmacy, LLC. California Secretary of State, and that was filed May 30th, 2017.
So it seems like we have another discrepancy in the information being presented today, Mr. Harmon. Can you comment on that?
Camille, did you want to comment on that, or would you like me to?
The license, I have a copy of the license. It's not the actual license, and when it became registered was August 27th, 2018. So I was talking about the license details. And then Mr. Harmon, I don't know about the Secretary of State filing.
That is the opening of the LLC, but there was no pharmacy underneath it. No pharmacy underneath that. So there's no ownership of a pharmacy until August 2018.
And not even having an idea of what the complaints are with the OIG, it puts us in a predicament, board members as well, asking us to deal with something in front of us, and there's not a mention of what the allegations of fraud are.
President, if I may ask a question to either party. Are you familiar with a Dr. Meyerowitz? Do you guys fill prescriptions for that doctor?
I don't remember doctor's names. Oh, I'm sorry. A little bit hard of hearing here. I don't remember the doctor's names. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any question for you? Are you familiar with the reason for the charges with the allegations of fraud?
You're on mute, Joe.
Joe, you're on mute.
I know, I'm sorry. Mr. Dang, my question is for you. Are you aware of the reason for the allegations of fraud through the OIG office?
No, the only information that I have is with respect to what was included in the complaint file, but no other additional information.
So a question to board staff, please, or Ms. Richardson. Yeah, the insurance fraud allegation, 3 counts. Do we have any idea what these are, what the details of these are? And then we can maybe request these guys to provide records pertaining to those allegations.
The information that I have from the OIG is included in your packet. It was from 3 different insurance companies that had reported. They had done investigations into Glendale Pharmacy on a foot bath medication scheme and wound creams. They had received a prescriber denial from a physician denying that he had prescribed a couple of medications, and EnvisionRx had then suspended Glendale Pharmacy from their network. Aetna Insurance had also alleged that they had been able, Glendale Pharmacy was unable to provide wholesaler drug reports, unable to show that they had purchased 50 medications that they had reviewed. CVS Caremark had also received denials from 2 physicians denying that they had written certain prescriptions, and Aetna and CVS Caremark had put Glendale Pharmacy on financial suspension pending further review.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Solari, to further answer your question, these files, I believe they already moved to the Las Vegas store. Is that correct, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, sir.
So it becomes a little bit of a challenge in an event that we need to pull records. We obviously request records, but we don't know what we're looking for. Typically, one of our compliance officers would visit the location the records are kept at. But being in Las Vegas, that becomes a challenge.
But Mr. Harmon should be able to get these records for us, should he not? He still has access to those records. Those records are available to him. Mr. Harmon, do you have access to records in the pharmacy in Nevada?
Because they were sent there, I'm assuming that I do. Yes, I should be able to reach out and get anything we need. Yes, for sure.
Mr. Harmon, did you have access and did you enter the pharmacy after Mr. Proctor had exited or been terminated?
Nope.
So how he left and the drugs were still in there, am I correct?
Correct.
How did you find access to it to deal with the drugs then?
I didn't close down the pharmacy. The pharmacy is closed down by Mr. Proctor.
So Mr. Proctor then, before he left, transferred all the drugs to the California pharmacy?
Yeah. Can I answer that question for you?
Yes.
No, sir. We got the notice that April the 3rd was going to be our last day of working, but it was going to be temporary. So I assumed it was going to be, just temporary, like 2 weeks. So there's nothing to transfer. Now, when we found out that further down the line that the purchase of Glendale to Meta was not going to go through and it was going to be a permanent closure, at that point, I knew I was not going to be hired back. But as the PIC, I was not going to release the keys to anybody that was not a pharmacist because of the medication and the records that were there. So I still had the keys. And when Mr. Harmon notified me where he would like those items to go, I got a hold of one of our technicians at the time, Erwin Gallegos. He and I went to the pharmacy, packaged everything up, and helped the UPS driver load them onto his truck. And they went to the respective sites. But that was June the 17th, I believe, is when I got the email from James to tell me where to send the stuff. But that's why nothing went anywhere. It was just a continual delay due to COVID, and the doctor's offices are closed. We can't open back up. There's not the business. And then once the sale would not go through, it was determined it was going to be permanent. But that's why I didn't go through and file anything or send anything anywhere, because I was working under the assumption we were going to open right back up there, not as Glendale Pharmacy, but as Meta Pharmacy.
And again, you had preparations for pain creams, but they were non-narcotic.
That is correct. Diclofenac, stuff like that. We had absolutely no controlled substance, and we did no compounding.
Just curious, I have a question. How did it come to be that nearly all your patients were out of state, but you have a pharmacy in Arizona?
For out of state?
Didn't you say maybe I misunderstood, that only 5 to 6 people walked into the pharmacy and you were mailing them out? Were you mailing them out of state?
Correct. That was correct. Those people were there, but the others were Arizona. It was just physicians from different parts of the state, or maybe they were a specialist, like the spine specialist that was in Tucson. He had people that were seeing him from even as far west as Lake Havasu and Sierra Vista, and so it wasn't feasible for those folks to travel from Tucson in, so we sent it to them.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Richardson, can you confirm for me the possible violation of R423-610A, which is every pharmacy shall have a pharmacist designated as the pharmacist in charge? Did the pharmacy, was it open without a pharmacist in charge? Was Mr. Proctor terminated from employment prior to the pharmacy closing?
That's correct. He was no longer the PIC as of April 3rd. According to Mr. Proctor, his employment was terminated on April 3rd.
And the pharmacy officially closed on what date?
They notified us that they would be closing their permit on June 22nd.
But it doesn't sound like Mr. Harmon or any other non-pharmacist was in possession of the keys.
Correct.
So even though he was terminated, Mr. Proctor had them.
Correct.
Correct. I had the keys. There were 2 sets of keys. One that was locked in the pharmacy as an emergency set, and the ones that I had. In fact, I was never told to give them to anybody. I still have them. It's an empty building, but I still have the keys.
Mr. Minkus, we can't hear you if you're saying something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Background.
You have 2 sets of keys. My question is, if you're walking around with one set and you need the other set of keys, how would you get back in there if you lost them or needed them? I don't understand why you would store them inside a pharmacy.
Well, the second set of keys was in case that I was going to have to be off for a vacation or something. That was for the relief pharmacist to get in and out of the pharmacy. And so I would still have my keys and the relief pharmacist would have a set. That's the only reason for them.
Okay.
May I make a statement on
Yes.
the release of Mr. Proctor from employment?
Yes.
Okay. So when we were going through the process of shutting down, it was not meant to be a permanent thing at all. It was, again, because his wife ended up testing positive. We wanted to go through a process where we weren't sure how long it was going to be going on. We didn't know any of the social contact and the contact tracing, any of the science behind how we need to be able to manage and handle the disease. So what we did is I worked with I asked the office manager to send out communication to the pharmacy, and really that communication should have come from me. But I asked him to send it out, and it was to shut down temporarily. When I reached out to my HR and my payroll department, they said, listen, with everything going on right now, what we suggest for you all to save money financially is lay everybody off, pay a stipend basically to Mr. Proctor. Mr. Proctor would stay on as the pick. That's the reason we paid him the extra money to stay on as a stipend until we got back up and running. We did not expect to be closed longer than 30 days. 30 days obviously continue to go on. From all my communication with my office manager, he was telling me, I guess from his communication with the board, that any day we were going to get the transfer of ownership. Is any day. He was constantly telling me that. I honestly believed it was any day. But he remained as the pick. We didn't update anything with you all because he was still the pick of the location. You know, even if he was not on payroll, he was not removed as the pick. He kept the keys. He was the only one that could get in and out. He was, nobody worked in there. Nobody went in there. And at the end, he was supposed to come in. He and I had a verbal agreement that as soon as Meta Pharmacy was to get the new license, he was going to roll in as the new pick. He should be the pick on the new application and everything. He wasn't removed. I know it kind of looks like that, but he wasn't removed. We removed him from payroll. It was a cost-setting mechanism across the board for that was suggested by HR and payroll. That's the reason that I did it. But he was always meant to remain the pick. He was the pick. He was the only one who had access to records and drugs and everything. And at the end, when I reached out to him and we got communication from the board that said, it's been longer than 30 days. Because it's been longer than 30 days, you are a closed pharmacy. That's your new, I guess, the definition of what you are. That was the communication we got. Because you are a closed pharmacy, you cannot transfer a license to, I guess, like a transfer of ownership on a closed pharmacy. That's not how it works. You have to do an entire new, you basically have to open a new pharmacy. So the question became, if you're a closed pharmacy, why haven't y'all gone through closed pharmacy procedures? And we're like, well, we didn't consider ourselves closed. We were just shutting down temporarily. Again, there was a lot of stuff going on with COVID at the time. And we obviously didn't do the things properly, but there was no malintent. We just didn't know what to do. And when we went through that process, we went through that entire process, and Mr. Proctor said, listen, if they're telling us that we're closed, we have to make sure we go through proper closing procedures. And that's what we did. I said to Mr. Proctor, I don't know what to do. He then reached out, got the information, and said, these are the steps in order to close down the pharmacy properly. We need to identify a place to send medications. We need to identify a place to send to send the records. And he brought in, he said, I need somebody to help me. We reached out to another technician who used to work there as well. And they went in and they packaged everything up together and they sent it all off. To this day, Mr. Proctor still has the keys. I've never even been in it to this day.
Okay, I appreciate that. board members, I'd like to direct you to page 1655 to look at what's on the table for possible violations. And while you're looking at that, I would like Dr. Gandhi to review with us the proposed consent agreement that legal counsel presented on behalf of Mr. Harmon.
Okay, Mr. President. It wasn't a proposed agreement. We don't have anything drafted. It was a simple email. I basically said I just received authorization to propose a monetary settlement in an amount of $1,000 on behalf of the enterprise in lieu of appearing Wednesday before the board. He sincerely apologizes for his unintentionally confusing communication with the board.
Joe, you're on mute.
Thank you. Ms. Teen, is it your intentions that that is to admit to the failure to close down the pharmacy in the right way?
Basically, to close out the complaint, we would ask that just a fine for $1,000.
So thank you for that. Board members, when I look at this, I see that we do have, no matter what, Mr. Harmon, and I do appreciate you trying to walk us through your thought process on what took place, but even regardless of it in your mind, if you were never closed, there's rules and regulations for the public and to notify the board that you had a change in your operating hours, and that was never done either. So I understand what you were going through, but to me, I still see that there was a violation of R423 6-1 notice.
We lost your audio there, Joe.
Right.
Can you hear me, guys?
When you were stating what the violation was is when we lost you.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. So having said that, and let me know if I go out again, looking at R423-613A, I think that we have a pure violation that a customer doesn't know what happened to their prescriptions, has not been notified, the board has not been notified, the DEA has not been notified, even though they didn't have this controlled substance, they did have a DEA license, so they're required to report like that. So I think that we have a violation there. The other thing that I think that we have is a violation for the record keeping, and that's still in place right now. So to Dr. Gandhi's point, we have no way of looking at records, and it becomes pertinent, and especially in the case of the claims of the OIG in this case. I don't know if we need to get involved in that because that ship is going to sail. It sure does add a layer of confusion to our decision-making process here. But I would be in favor of a $500 fine for R423-613A and a $500 fine for R423-613A number 3. And I'll open it up for board members to discuss that. The immediate notice of dispensing farm. Hello?
Joe, you cut out.
I don't know what's happening. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't know if we've got any additional discussion, but before we vote on it, I'd like to make a motion for executive session for legal advice.
Okay, and then I just wanted to make one more concluding point with what I was saying. The designating of the termination of the pharmacist in charge, there's a lot of confusion on that. And it does sound like they have a pattern and a plan to have Mr. Proctor open up. So I can see how that wasn't their intention. And board members, that was my opinion on the case so far.
Joe, just to clarify on your motion.
It's not a motion, I'm bringing it forward to talk, yes.
Okay. For discussion, was that for both Mr. Harmon and Mr. Proctor? Just wanted to clarify.
You know, I feel like Mr. Harmon is taken, he is the permit holder in this case. And we still haven't addressed the cloud of confusion around knowingly filling out a board application with misleading information, which I think we could make that jump, even though he and legal counsel are saying something different. I feel like being the permit holder, there needs to be some skin in the game. And I do think that Mr. Proctor could have made this a little bit more transparent, and the transition could have been a little bit smoother as well. So when I'm giving my 2 cents here, I'm literally thinking of the permit holder, but then I think I would entertain something on Mr. Proctor as well. Having said that, Ms. Walmsley, were you making a motion for executive session for legal counsel?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll second.
And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we are going to go into a private room, and then we will return here after we get advice from legal counsel. We'll be right back. Okay, thank you. We are back from executive session, and I'll open it up to board member discussion.
So I guess I'll go ahead and start, Mr. President. I still feel like a big remaining question to me is around this OIG complaint, and it seems like there's a lot of unknown facts both to Mr. Harmon and that organization as well as to us as a board. So I don't know that I think we have all of the information today to act on either item, either the complaint nor the permit application. I don't know how other board members feel, but I just don't know that I think we have enough to move forward today.
Yeah, I think we need as much information as we can get before we make a decision.
I agree with you, Lori, and you, Kristen.
I agree as well.
So I'm willing to make a motion that we table both of these items pending additional information related to the OIG complaint that we can bring back to a future meeting, and also include trying to get, I believe it is Mr. Adams involved. He's a permitted technician, and I believe he was the office manager. I think he could potentially have some information to add to this case as well. So working to have him participate in our next discussion as well.
Second. So I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, board members? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today. Okay, board members, we've been going for an hour and 19 minutes. Let's do a 10-minute break and then we'll reconvene. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll have Mr. Cam take a roll call for us, please.
Mr. Solari?
Present, sir.
Mr. Dang?
At your service.
Mr. Minkus? Mr. Minkus? Mr. Leyva?
Here.
Ms. Lahan?
Present.
Ms. Walmsley?
Here.
Mr. Tong? Here. Mr. Goodman?
Here.
Welcome back, sir. Ms. Nair?
Yeah.
Here.
Okay, and Mr. Minkus? Nick, it looks like Lynn called you Nike.
Just do it.
I'll keep an eye out for Mr. Minkus, Mr. President.
Okay, moving on, 29B 20-0335 is tabled at the request of the permit and council, and we will come back to that the next meeting. 20-0258 is Walgreens Pharmacy 6021, licensee Hang To pharmacist in charge.
Mr. President, I'm recused from this one, so I will step aside.
Thank you. If I could have Ms. Hess please do a general overview, and then we'll hear from the permit and the pharmacist.
Certainly, Mr. Leyva. So this case goes back almost a year now. I had a summary, an original summary written. We had received a DEA 106 form from the PIC on April 15th. And that one was for the buprenorphine sublingual films for 2 bottles, I believe it was 4. And the reason for that one was entered as a packaging discrepancy. On May 4th, we received an additional DEA 106. I believe that one, it should have been an amended 106, but we had an additional one entered because there was additional drugs added to it, including pregabalin, 200 milligram capsules, modafinil, 200 milligram, the buprenorphine again, and carasopidol. And these were all in quantities of full bottles. It was reported as a loss in transit. Not truly understanding the nature of the loss, Elizabeth Dodge began a communication with Matthew Pruitt, healthcare supervisor, and opened a complaint, which was forwarded to myself the following day. I continued email communications with Mr. Pruitt in an attempt to understand what had happened, eventually determining on March 18th that the above drugs had been received, however, were not properly scanned into the system on the day that they had been received. Apparently, this had not been discovered until April 6th, and it was reported via the 106 on May 5th, being reported to Phoenix Police Department on June 23rd. I did contact Amerisource Bergen, and they were able to provide a signed copy of the manifest stating that it had been properly delivered to the store. On June 29th, I arrived at the store to attempt to perform a controlled substance audit of the said drugs. I was not able to complete it that day, however, due to a reported case of COVID-19. I did stay long enough to speak with Miss, I don't know if it's pronounced Tao or Toe, perhaps you could correct me. And she stated that when they scan the totes into the system, they need to be scanned twice. And that the scanning percentage for this store was never at 100%. And the tells-on that was used never appears to match or make sense to her. At that point, I left the store and opted to perform a desktop audit. Those results are in your packet. However, in my attempt to refresh my memory on this case, I noticed that the audit that is in here is not the most current version. If you all remember, this was a case that had many moving parts. There were lots of changes. There were lots of issues with invoices, either not being correct, not being sent properly to myself or posted properly, therefore not showing up when they were requested from corporate. So my apologies for not having the most current version. However, once that audit was completed and 100% correct, it was determined that these drugs had actually been missing. If once you add the DEA 106s into the audit, that becomes quite obvious. It's just the reason for those being missing is what I think is part of the question here. On July 9th, we received another DEA 106 from the pharmacist in charge. This one was for oxycodone IR 10 milligrams for a quantity of 185. The reason on this one was reported as possibly employee theft. Elizabeth Dodge asked Mr. Pruitt to provide an update to myself within 2 weeks, allowing for what we felt was ample time for an investigation. And he did respond to me on July 22nd with an update. No, I apologize. I received a call from the PAC informing me that she had just put in her 2-week notice. It was during this call that she stated to me that she could no longer handle working with the district manager. She did state she did not mean Mr. Pruitt or the store manager. She stated that the district manager had done nothing to help her resolve the situation with the missing drugs. On July 28th, I received an email from Mr. Pruitt stating that the missing oxycodone may go back to a delivery that was received on July 30th of 2019, where one bottle was possibly shorted from a delivery, and the DEA 106 may need to be amended. I questioned him as to how this could have gone unnoticed for an entire year. And Mr. Pruitt answered me that it was discovered after a thorough review subsequent to February 2020. I believe he meant to state March incident. And he has stated at this time they had installed additional cameras and done a robust inventory and have been monitoring closely for all the controlled substances. So we had entered this summary and received additional information after the fact. So that's why there's an amendment. On August 17th, I emailed Lawrence Clements requesting information on any updates, and he responded that all of the information had been sent to corporate for review and he had not heard back. I advised him at that point that the summary had been completed and notification would be sent out for the December meeting. September 1st, Mr. Pruitt emailed myself stating he had recently returned from PTO and had updated information regarding the complaint. He stated that a thorough review was completed and that the loss in transit indicated on the DEA 106, and we're talking about the originals, should stay in place. He also stated that a new 106 had been filed proactively due to the potential additional losses of more controlled substances. On September 10th, we did receive the 106 for an additional 71 oxycodone, this time 5 milligrams, resulting from the investigation of the initial 106 filed on the 1st of the, I believe there were 10 milligrams. This letter was addressed to Dr. Gandhi and indicated that it was suspected as employee pilferage. The following day, I responded to that email and asked him if he still believed that the loss in transit DEA 106 would be accurate. He provided an update on October 5th, advising that he could not confirm employee pilferage. However, the company was still researching. He also stated that at this time, they shifted the loss in transit to unexplained after extensive review based on the current information. He stated that AP was still investigating and reminded myself that the PIC had resigned her position and a new PIC was being put into place. The final communications between Mr. Pruitt and myself occurred on October 15th, where he stated to me that AP had opened a ticket to research the possible issues surrounding deleted prescriptions, which had come up during the investigation and part of the issues with the audit. Not showing up properly on the requested reports and the improper check-in process possibly causing false overages and or shortages on the audits. He stated the individuals have been disciplined and for not following proper procedure, and stated that he will check on the status of the interviews that took place regarding the possible employee pilferage. To my knowledge, nothing ever came of those interviews from what I can see on what I was provided of that investigation. I have no explanation on the oxycodone. I believe it was discussed at the last meeting that perhaps the board would like me to go in and do a new inspection with a new audit, which I'm perfectly willing to do, but we're at the conference today. There was on the AP report, they do mention that they don't feel the subject matter is minor, and that they did report it to the Phoenix Police Department concerning the losses. And I don't think at this point anybody really has any idea of what the root cause is. It mentions unsubstantiated on their report. And that pretty much summarizes what we've got going to this point.
Thank you, Ms. Hess. Before we get to the respondents to make an opening statement, I feel like we need to see the amended audit, or we need to have you go over the results of the amended audit. And
Sure.
I think Ms. Trujillo and Ms. Toth should have the chance to agree that they have that information as
Absolutely.
well.
Absolutely. So I'm showing a final shortage on the pregabalin of 65 tablets, which would be a little bit over 2 bottles. Modafinil, I'm showing a shortage of 30, I think they're capsules. The buprenorphine, I'm showing a shortage of 60. Carisoprodol, I have a shortage of 573, which again is a little over 1 bottle. The other drugs that I did are just minor shortages. I have 2 tablets on alprazolam 1 milligram, 1 tablet actually that I show on the oxycodone IR15, and on the Lyrica 200 milligram, the brand name is, I have a minus 14. So the 3 that I added in addition to the DEA 106 appeared to be acceptable, and the others were what they said they were. They were missing.
Okay. Mr. Yo, before
This
you make
is
a...
Goodman. I just had a question on clarification on minor shortage. Is that within pharmacies, is that normal to miss a pill here or there?
It is. It does happen, especially in a pharmacy that dispenses at the volume that this store does. The alprazolam that I mentioned is minus 0.06%. The oxycodone was minus 0. It actually essentially comes up as a 0% because it's only 1 tablet missing. Tablets do sometimes bounce, get thrown in the garbage. An extra tablet may accidentally get counted into a vial. I think we all as pharmacists can agree that these are normal things that happen in a pharmacy. When we start looking at larger percentages, full bottles absolutely are an issue. But larger amounts of tablets, full prescription quantities, these are the types of things. When we do an inspection, Dr. Goodman, we try to keep it around 5%. When we see something around the 5% number is when we start writing violations. Generally speaking,
Yeah,
there's
for the
exceptions to that rule
perspective.
as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And my doctor, I'm just Nick.
Oh, I
Mr.
apologize.
Goodman, I guess, for the board. Yeah, no
Hey
worries.
guys,
Thank you very much.
Can we pause for a second? We're going to try to get Joe back on. Hang on a second, guys.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
My apologies. It just it pulled a Ruben Minkus. It just booted me out and I couldn't do anything. So my apologies. It was the Board of Pharmacy's computer failure. So, okay. So before we left off, and I don't know if I'm interrupting here on the scheme of things, but my question was, Ms. Hess, if you could state full or the larger quantity losses one more time. And again, I wanted Ms. Trujillo and the permit to have the ability to say that matches their records as well.
Of course, of course. So I show, and the drugs that were on the 106 was the pregabalin 200 milligrams, and I show a variance of -65. The modafinil 200 milligrams, I'm showing a variance of -30. The buprenorphine, I'm showing a variance of -60, and the carisoprodol, I'm showing a variance of -573.
Okay. So even if percentages are low, a variance, Mr. Goodman, of 573, and some of those others are significant. So it's worth hearing. It's worth hearing what they have to say. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the permit and then the licensee, Hang To.
Thank you, Mr. President and board members. Those numbers are not ones that we've received before this board meeting here today, and I don't believe they match any audit numbers that the pharmacy has. So we respectfully appreciate the opportunity to table this until the next board meeting so that we have a chance to get those numbers from Inspector Hess, find out timeframes that she's looking at, and get the chance to match all of that data up to our data so that we can affirmatively represent whether or not we agree or disagree with that data.
Understood. Board members or legal counsel, any objections to that? I do think it's a fair request.
I agree with you, Mr. Leyba, that it is a fair request.
Okay. So would you like to look at it tomorrow, or do you need more time? Would you like to table it to the next meeting?
I think it'd be helpful to table it to the next meeting just so we actually have time to dig into all those numbers. That can always take some time.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you the option, so I do understand that. Okay.
May I ask a question? What is the discrepancy between our numbers and theirs? Because if their numbers are similar, plus or minus a couple of tablets, that's, I'm willing to proceed with that. But if their number, in case of carisoprodol, we say 500 and they say 150, then yeah, that's worth looking into. What is the degree of discrepancy?
And if I may, can I answer that, or?
Sure.
They are quite similar. If you look at Mr. Pruitt's audit, they are, I'm trying to read, this is very small, but he's showing a discrepancy of -60 on the buprenorphine, 502 on the carisoprodol, 30 on the modafinil, total loss of 85 on the pregabalin is what I'm seeing. So that one might be, yeah, I show actually only a loss of 65. So he's showing 20 more than me.
So we're pretty close. And I think that doesn't diminish the extent of the problem here. So I don't know why we need to table this. I'm willing to go with their numbers for practical purposes. It's still the same.
And the time frame has never changed that we have done with the audit. The changes with the numbers, and I do apologize that there has been changes. The changes have been, as I explained the last time, and I don't know if you remember, we did two kinds of audits. I did one using the original information that I received from Walgreens. We do have to email their corporate office for sales information, and we also ask for invoice information. This was a desktop office, audit. So I went 100% with the invoice information that I received from corporate. I wasn't in the store because of COVID to look at those invoices. And then I emailed all of their wholesalers and used that information as well. And apparently because these invoices had not been properly posted, I was missing invoices. So the numbers were kind of all over the place. And as this audit evolved and we got our numbers closer together with one another, and we were able to confirm what the actual invoice numbers were, the audits got closer together. My apologies for not putting the most current version in there when I had my updated summary in there as well. That is completely my fault and 100%. And I did mention this, I was told to bring it with me today, which if we had all been in the same room, I could have passed it out, and my apologies again.
So I'm not sure that we need to postpone this because the numbers are pretty similar. They don't need to be identical from the practical purpose of this hearing, this conference.
If I may, Mr. President, Mr. Solari, Dr. Solari, I'm not sure that those numbers do match up, and I know we have Matthew Pruitt on the line here and available, but I think as invoices information became available, I'm not sure that those numbers actually do align. Matthew, is that correct? If you don't mind, I mean, we can see if Matthew would agree with the numbers.
Mr. Leyba, I think the point is that Ms. Trujillo and her clients haven't had the opportunity to see the most recent updated audits and the source documents. And I think that they have a right to do that. The numbers may be fairly close or they may not. She simply hasn't had the opportunity to review the documentation.
And I'd be more than happy to send them this as well as the information that I received from their wholesalers.
Sure.
And to be honest, I'd like to see it in the book as well so I could look at it.
I understand your position, Mr. Solari, but I think the board has a responsibility to ensure that they have all the documents and have had time to review them.
Okay.
Make a motion to table.
Okay, have a motion to table.
I'll second the motion then. That's fine. I'm happy to second the motion to table.
And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
D 20-0348. Respondents opt-in. This tomorrow? Okay. 29E. Okay. Where else in the agenda would you like to go?
Not for you. Okay, go now. I thought we were going to go on. You good? Did you want to go now? Okay. We can do deputy director report.
Okay, so we will be moving to deputy director reports.
Mr. Leyba, would you like me to proceed? Okay. So 34B1, top violations observed by compliance officers. This is a summary from November and December of 2020 of the compliance officer and drug inspector activities. 8 violations were issued during this time. You'll see controlled substance audit was the most frequently occurring violation. Are there any questions?
Not here.
Okay, moving on to 34B2, compliance with R4 23-1003A2.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry? I still can't hear.
Mute the line.
So the situation here is that board staff has identified instances in which the loss of controlled substances is not reported in compliance with R423 1003A2. And I'll preface this by stating that the federal regulations require that registrants notify the DEA office in writing of theft or significant loss of any controlled substances within 1 business day of discovery of such loss or theft. They also require the registrant to complete and submit a DEA Form 106 regarding the loss or theft. Our rules, R423-1003, states that a loss of controlled substances shall be reported within 10 days of discovery and on a DEA Form 106 by either the pharmacist in charge of the pharmacy or manufacturer, or by the permittee or designated representative of full service wholesaler, and to the DEA. So what we've encountered is that we frequently receive written notifications or one-day business notification letters, or notice of covert investigations from permit holders on or around the time of discovery of controlled substance loss. But these notifications typically do not quantify the loss. They don't elaborate on the type of loss and the reason, or if employee pilferage is suspected, who that licensee may be, so that we can do our diligence in following up. There have been instances, one of them which is a complaint that we'll be returning to for you, is a good example, in which board staff has received the DEA Form 106 weeks to months following the initial discovery of a controlled substance loss. So we wanted to present this to the board members for discussion.
Thank you, board members. I think you heard some of the background presented. Do you have questions or follow-up comments? I think one thing that I would like to have answered is, if you look at just the verbiage in here, it's just a general question I'd like to have answered is, like, if you look at R423-1003 and it says within 10 days of discovery. What does the term discovery mean? Is the discovery when you are certain that you have a loss, or when you suspect you have a loss, or when you have suspicion that somebody is taken from you, or when you have fact that somebody is taken from you? So that term discovery is kind of a little bit confusing for me, but I do understand what you're saying as well.
I also understand what you're saying, and I understand why we have some concerns with the way that the rule is written today and how people are complying. I do think that there are oftentimes that investigations are going to take more than 10 days to make sure that they are fully done well, so that way all of the potential losses can be taken into account, as well as that any individuals that may be involved in it are appropriately named. Otherwise, I think you're going to end up with circumstances where perhaps there isn't truly a known cause for investigations. I can tell you, in my previous roles, I've participated in some of these investigations, and they do take time oftentimes to find the true attributing cause and to really kind of line it up. I appreciate your reference, Jennifer, to the CFR. Right now, the DEA doesn't have a required time that the DEA 106 needs to be filed, just the 24-hour notice. I do believe that the DEA is doing some rulemaking to look at changing that to 30 days. So I don't know if, perhaps this is a discussion for a more broad sense on, is our rule realistic as we're looking at some of these rule changes and things like that? Should it be a longer period of time than 10 days? I think there's pluses and minuses to both sides of it.
And then in legal counsel, if you can, I don't know if you're prepared to or not, and I understand that, but what would your advice be on the term discovery there? Is it when you know, or is it, what is the kind of the leadway there? Because you do want to be 100% accurate when I say that Lori has stolen from the pharmacy. You do want to discover and go through a discovery process that it's vetted out, and you can literally say, this is the result of the information that we have, and this is what we've discovered. It is a little bit confusing with that term. And I know the DEA uses the word discovery for different things as well when you look at that.
I'm not aware that it's defined. It's not defined in our statute. I don't know if it's defined under the federal regulations. And that is hard to sort of put a definition to, because it can be varied and people can have different interpretations. You do want to be certain that what you are reporting is correct, and that can take time to make that determination. But at the same time, the rules, and both at the federal and the state level, seem to suggest that there needs to be, reporting done very promptly, so that investigations can start by those who have an interest. If I'm thinking of it like a substantive policy statement that may address this, but then I would hesitate to put, definite timelines in, because if you put definite timelines in, a time frame within which such report has to be filed, then that's more of like a rule. I know that there's a lot of rule writing going on right now. I do think that it would be important to hear from the stakeholders and those people behind the counter on how this works in practical terms and in the practical world. I don't think we can. I don't think I can sit here and give you a definition of discovery or just that, because that's not in that context. It's not a legal term.
And one more thing too is the rule is that 10 days of discovery of the loss. It's not 10 days from the cause of the loss. It's the fact that there is a loss under the wording of the rules. You mentioned we wouldn't necessarily know that so-and-so had stolen. The rule is from when you find out that there has been a loss, regardless of how that occurred.
The challenge is that the DEA changed the form, and you're required to select a reason, and there's a very select list of reasons that are included in the 106 form, and you can't file it without a reason. And that may not be known.
And even in, if you suspect you have a loss, it doesn't mean you have a true loss until you do an investigation and you look at some of what our compliance officers do, and you pull dispensing, receiving, transfers, and you do a thorough investigation on it. And that can sometimes take time too. It could take over 10 days.
Actually, based upon what Ms. Walmsley just stated, that the form has since changed, that may be reason for the board to look at that rule more closely if there wasn't a specific reason that had to be given previously. Given the change to the federal form, it may have impacted your rule. It could be something you want to look at to see if that rule needs to be modified because of that.
Yeah, before there was an option to select unknown or suspected loss, I believe. Now I'm trying to pull up the latest form, but there are very specific reasons. It's much narrower now.
There's theft, package size, robbery, it's specific. The one thing I would say too is when you look at this, are we looking at it the wrong way? If the true intent is that we want to prevent from somebody leaving one shop and going to work for, say, Mo at his shop because it wasn't reported in a timely manner, maybe there should be a regulation on termination of an employee within a set amount of days for suspicion of theft.
This is Goodman. I've got a clarifying question. Do the pharmacies have to use the DEA form to let us know in that 10 days? Or could they let our board know some other way?
I think that's part of the problem. Is right now the rule says that it has to be on a DEA 106, and pharmacies are letting the board know perhaps before the 10 days with a 24-hour notice, but not filing the 106 form because they don't have all the data to fill it out.
Okay, thank you.
And because there are changes to the federal form, we often see the employee pilferage selected because the unknown is no longer an option. So with that limited information, now we have an indication that there might be employee pilferage when we do get the form, but not necessarily a quantification of what's occurred.
And I understand the comment around the 1-day business notification. And Nick, kind of to your point, what you were saying, is there a way that people notify the board? I do think that if somebody comes forward, and I'm speaking of my opinion, if somebody comes forward and says, there is something going on, I'm notifying you something is going on, and they alert you to that, I don't think there's any malintent while they try to do a investigation to come up with the hard facts of it. It's how long does that investigation take? And sometimes it can take 3 weeks to a month. It can take longer. So the board is in a predicament as well. But in those board and says, here's a notice, something took place and we're investigating it. I do think that's an extenuating circumstance, is that alert.
I mean, and we've seen individuals, I mean, I totally understand the concern for getting these completed as soon as possible. We don't want people that are out there, if they have stolen, to be able to leave and go work for another employer. We've seen that in other cases, but I also want to make sure that truthful information is, and factual, complete information is submitted to the board so that the inspectors aren't spinning their wheels either. I feel like the rule kind of, we're in a little bit of a challenge the way that the rule is written today versus what's realistic, I think, sometimes in practice.
In certain cases, if we receive a notification, we will request a DEA Form 106 with the caveat that an amended 106 can be updated when the investigation is complete. So that at least we have a starting point for what the pharmacy feels the loss is when they discover it.
I also have a question or a clarification. Is there a percentage or a quantity that is considered, to be kind of the benchmark for when reporting an unknown loss? Because I wonder if there's confusion around that as well.
Mr. President, if I may. Obviously, the DEA has an 103% rule, which they consider significant. We, unfortunately, in our statutes and rule, do not have that provision. So in essence, it's any loss that's discovered has to be reported.
Does it say significant loss, though?
Not in our statutes and rules.
Okay.
And this is Goodman with a additional question. Can a pharmacy report within the 10 days and then as they do or when they complete their investigation come back with well, we reported because we wanted to follow the rule and we found nothing? Can they withdraw their report, so to speak?
You can withdraw a 106. You can amend one as well.
Mr. Goodman, we have.
And then what happens though? Other than, I mean, is there an additional risk? Like, oh wait, you submitted it, you're now in trouble. I mean, what's the risk of reporting and then withdrawing?
President, if I may, there actually is no risk. We do document that. We upload all the DA 106s in the permit holder's profile. So if we see a pattern in the profile, we would obviously react. But if you submitted one and then took it back, there isn't a risk. We just note that to your file. Mr. President, the challenge we're having is when we get these DA 106s, and it does say employee pilferage, But there's no note attached to it letting us know they're under investigation or further information will follow. Our reaction, we have to react to it, obviously, because now we have identified that there is employee pilferage. And if we don't do it, then the board is negligent for not reacting to that information. So it would be nice to have a DA 106 sent in with a attachment or a note on a DA 106 saying being investigated or some notation of some sort. We'll follow up in 14 days, 30 days, whatever the realistic time period is. At least then we know something is being done.
Back to Dr. Gandhi's point on the risk, though, for filing a 106, I don't know that we can say for certain that there isn't risk with the DEA. I don't know if that is to be true or not.
No, definitely, Ms. Wamsley. I'm only speaking. I can't speak on behalf of the DA, but it is. I can speak on behalf of what board staff would do.
And in our statutes and regulations, we don't have anything to say that you have to report. If you place employee pilferage, there's not anything else that says that you have to report that individual as well. If you terminate somebody for employee pilferage, then you would. Am I right on that?
We have it in our statutes of you have to report somebody that's unfit to work. And I guess you can extrapolate. If you have identified someone that diverted, in the board's eyes, I think that's a person that's unfit to work.
It might be a topic where we look at board members, if you have more questions or concerns, do a sample size of what other states do. And as Ms. Galvin suggested, maybe hearing from some stakeholders to see if this is something that we need to revisit.
And just to loop in what Cam said, the permittee would also have an obligation to report if a employee engaged in unethical or unprofessional conduct in addition to being unfit. So you would have an obligation to report if that person not only was terminated, but you knew that that person engaged in a diversion.
The question would be, is there a time limit on that?
Not that I'm aware
I think in everybody's best interest, they want to see that licensee not practice until the board adjudicates. The sooner the better.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, obviously, there's another clause in our statutes about failure to control substances. So if you don't report and let this person just roam around, practice somewhere else, that's a little negligent as well.
It's bad for the community, absolutely. Board members, any comments or anything to wrap up on?
Well, what have we decided that we're going to take action? Are we going to?
Not.
Okay. Just wanted a summary. We're not there yet. Okay. Is this going to be another task force to talk about a rule change, rule update? I mean, I heard there's a want for stakeholders to weigh in.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for some type of solution.
I would only feel comfortable before giving the board direction to hear a little bit more about it, but I see both sides. I really do.
At least gather information about what's happening at other boards.
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial to look at that. I think most states that I'm aware of are around 30 days. And like I said, I think that the DEA's rulemaking that they're doing is for 30 days. I personally think the idea of getting a task force together to look at it and get stakeholder feedback would be good. I think this impacts all kinds of areas from mail order pharmacy to hospital pharmacies to community pharmacies. I think it's important that we get feedback from everybody to decide what is the best to move forward for the public.
I'd be interested in participating on that task force.
Okay, that sounds good. I will, noting who has volunteered and raised your hand, thank you. And then we'll have the executive director, deputy director create a task force to get some information and then come back at a board meeting and present that information to the board.
I'm happy to participate as well.
Thank you. May not change things. It may change things. It'll be nice to see.
Mr. Leyva, would it make sense to form just like a rules task force instead of several different task force addressing different issues?
I think it would.
Just form one that would address all of your potential changes?
That was going to actually be my suggestion during future meeting agenda items, Jean, was to do just that. And whether we rotate through as board members based on subject matter expertise or based on the agenda items or what have you, but that was going to be my exact suggestion.
Because then with each task force, you have staff who have to staff that, and
yeah,
it might be easier if you just have one, but that's not really a legal issue.
What's that? Okay. Board members, before we move on, any other questions? If not, we'll go to 34B, COVID-19 questions.
I have a question, Mr. Leyva.
Yes.
Are we going back to 4U now that we've had this discussion? We'd held it aside till after this discussion, I believe.
Yes, we probably should, I think.
Jennifer, would you like to finish, or would you want us to go to 4U and then come back to you?
I'm okay with going to 4U.
Okay, let's go to 4U.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Jennifer.
No, it's a valid point. Type of complaint, failure to report controlled substance losses on Form 1. Noting Ms. Lehand's recusal. I'll open it up to conversation, board members. So just to confirm with board staff, the permit holder says that they sent a notice in on 7/1. How long was it then after that you got the 106? I feel like it's, was it 9/25? So a little over 2 months, am I reading that right?
Yeah, I'm just pulling the facts, 9/25, Joe.
Okay, so 7/1, they're saying there was a correspondence with board staff of something was going on, and then 9/25, the loss came in.
So what I didn't understand, and I made this comment in the complaint review, is if they're stating that they sent something on 7/1, why are they not producing something with its time stamped? That's, I mean, I know no one can really answer that, but I just question that.
I do believe that came up in the complaint committee, and a request was made to see if there was actually one sent in. And I'm not sure we got an answer on that. I'm not sure if they were requested that either, though.
That document was not requested, but it was also not identified.
Okay. So in CVS correspondence on page 812, it says on 7/1, an initial notification of a significant loss of theft of controlled substance was sent to CVS Pharmacy from CVS Pharmacy referenced above. The loss was due to employee pilferage by the licensed technician. So see, this is the one where, this is where we get into that area. They did tell us that there was a issue. So they raised their hand and said, there's something going on.
That's not necessarily, so if you read the 106, Joe, it says employee lost, or suspected. So that there is no unknown reason. So it could be that there's an employee, or it could be that there's not a reason yet.
No,
but they did notify.
They go further to name the individual. There's actually a name tied to it.
Okay,
so
I missed that.
And that's my point, that the board was notified on that. So if they didn't have the final investigation or the 106, so that's why this one's confusing. The 106 wasn't in within 10 days. It literally took a month and a half after, 2 months and a half afterwards. But there was a notification according to the permit holder. And I'm not sure we have that on our end, of the pilferage and the loss. And they do term it significant loss. I think there's confusion with the DEA 24-hour notice, and it is confusing, and with the 10-day.
Looking at it, 3 months later, or now that 6 months later, they did their due diligence. They found the proper individual. Whether they gave us the notice on 7/1 or not, I'm not sure, but I don't think their intentions were to deceive or do anything wrong. And at this point, I'm generally satisfied if we gave them a advisory letter reminding them to do the job correctly, or here's what the statute indicates, and please do it next time correctly, and then ended with the advisory letter.
Mr. Sawyer, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't think the deception was there. I do think that if they were as bold to name it in that initial notification, that it was quite a bit of time that passed before they got the 106 in. So that's why I agree with you with the non-disciplinary advisory letter.
I'll make a motion to that effect then, sir.
Okay, and I'll second that. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Jennifer, the stage is yours.
May I just clarify that non-disciplinary advisory letter, is that going to the permit holder?
Yes, yes, please. We can do the same to the PIC. I have no objection to the whoever's responsibility was to fill out the DEA form and get it to us. It could be the PIC as well, or both. It's an advisory letter. It's non-disciplinary. Just copy both individuals and the permit and the PIC.
Do we need to vote on that again? Just
Mr. Labor, are you in agreement with that, to the PIC and the permit? You're muted.
In these cases, so much of this is tied to the reporting and the procedures that the company has in place, that the PIC's hands are kind of tied as far as going through the investigation, the AP investigation. It's not impossible, but they do have to follow that procedure, and that's why I'm looking at the permit holder versus the PIC.
Okay, permit holder is fine. The individual who filled out that form and sent the letter is Allison Rodriguez, CPHT, lead coordinator, drug loss program team. So if you just want to do the permit, that's fine.
That was my intention, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Does that answer your question, Jennifer?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something to add? I couldn't manage both of them.
Mr. President, some of the next topics under Jennifer's agenda is going to probably require extensive discussion. And I may have to depart shortly. So maybe if we can pick this up tomorrow, that'd be appreciated.
What are your thoughts on that? I think it's 3:30 and we have time and we should move forward. That's my opinion. But board members, I defer to you.
I'm with you, Joe. Let's keep going.
Let's move on.
Okay. Okay, Jennifer, if you'd pick up at 34B.
All right. 34B3, COVID-19 questions. We have received 3 additional questions since the task force meeting on December 16th, 2020, and the special meeting on January 7th, 2021. Those questions include whether the board has prescribing guidelines for ivermectin, whether a pharmacist can administer epinephrine for emergency use from vials instead of auto-injectors, and whether a medical assistant can administer vaccines under the supervision of an Arizona licensed immunizing pharmacist, assuming that the medical assistant has the proper training, experience, and current CPR certification. So bringing these questions forward for potential discussion, or if the board members wish, a future task force.
Maybe we could just discuss them one at a time and see what the feel is of the board. I think the first one, it reminds me an awful lot of the hydroxychloroquine situation that we were in. The first question is, does the board have prescribing guidelines for ivermectin? And I would open that up to our board staff. And I'm not so sure that we as a board have to have prescribing guidelines at this point.
Yeah, I agree with your statement about we don't need to have guidelines. Ivermectin has come in the literature at doses to help with COVID, but we looked at it at our institution and we concluded the data wasn't sufficient to warrant its use. So we're not using it, but that doesn't mean if somebody else interprets the data differently, they shouldn't have to. So I leave it to the discretion of the individual practitioners and their institutions to decide for themselves. We don't need to have that.
I agree.
It happens every day that there is a drug used for an off-label use. So it's my opinion, we shouldn't take a stance on it.
I agree, and I don't think that there is as much shortage issues with this drug as there was with hydroxychloroquine, and there wouldn't be the concerns with patients being without that are normally on therapy for it. So I think it's a little different circumstance.
Question 2, can pharmacists administer epinephrine for emergency use from vials instead of auto-injectors? And I don't understand what the difference would be, and my answer would be yes.
I agree. I think the pharmacist should be able to administer epinephrine. So Joe, the difference here is the auto-injector is already comes with the appropriate dose versus the vial. You're gonna have to drop the volume, the exact volume.
Sure.
To the equivalent to the auto-injector.
And I understand that. I just don't think there's a difference.
Yeah, we pharmacists, we dilute drugs, we pull drug from the vial into the syringes. There's no reason why pharmacists cannot do that.
And the shortage of epinephrine injectors has been a reality, and having the ability to pull up epinephrine, in my opinion, is a valid option.
The only issue, Mr. President, is in our law, it does say for epinephrine auto injectors. So it doesn't give you the option of drawing up unless you want a waiver for it, which we would have to put in.
I think we should.
I think we should too.
It doesn't make sense. I think we're so overcomplicating it in that regard.
Especially given how many immunizations are going to continue to be given with COVID. There's more people than ever probably that are getting immunized today. And there definitely is a shortage of these auto injectors. So, and it's probably safer for a pharmacist to do this in case of an emergency than having a patient not be able to have an EpiPen when they have, nut allergies and things like that.
That auto injector is written in statute. And so right now we're modifying some of our board bills. I may be able to put it in that to permanently change in the future. But in the meantime, it's the board's wish. I can add a request in for a waiver for that.
There would be no way I would ever take action against a pharmacist who was before us because they saved a patient from a serious adverse reaction for using drawn up epinephrine versus an auto injector.
Right.
So I think if that's the route we need to go, we need to go that route. Number 3, can a medical assistant administer vaccines under supervision of an Arizona licensed immunizing pharmacist, assuming that the medical assistant has the proper training, experience, and current CPR certification? I am not so sure that a pharmacist saying that they can or they can't. Can somebody help me out with that? I think if in in the current realm that we are today, if you are trained and able and willing to give the immunization, you don't have to have the supervision of a pharmacist unless you're an intern or a technician. Other disciplines, I don't think, answer to us.
I think it's similar, isn't it similar to having a nurse be over students, pharmacy students or technicians? We've already addressed that that was not something that we would approve. I think this is similar.
But why would we supervise a nurse on this?
Right.
Or why would we supervise a, I don't know, a podiatrist in this? Why would we supervise when they're not licensed by our board?
Right.
Right.
To muddy the water, can I just ask a dumb question?
Absolutely.
Would it make a difference whether this medical assistant was employed by the pharmacy or the pharmacist or not? I don't think so, but I'm just wondering who would be paying the who is this medical assistant employed by?
I think it could be a number of things, right? So in order for a technician to immunize under the PrEP Act, they have to be a tech, but you could perhaps have somebody that's a tech trainee that's also a medical assistant or a nurse. So I think people are asking the question now, they may not be able to immunize as a tech trainee, but they are able to administer immunizations under their training and training as a tech, as an intern or an MA. Can the pharmacist supervise that person? And I don't know that we can take a position on that per se, because it's not, I don't know that the pharmacist can supervise those individuals.
Any other views on that from council or from board staff or board members? I think the individuals immunizing report to their board. That's in my opinion. So, okay. Any follow-up, Jennifer, on 34B3?
On the following page, no, not for those questions. On the following page, we've posted the PrEP Act, the Fifth Amendment to the PrEP Act, for discussion amongst the board members.
Okay. So when I look at this, board members, and this is my opinion, I'm speaking to stimulate conversation, I see the first element saying that there is, so to speak, the immunity or Good Samaritan law unless you are performing under willful misconduct. The PrEP Act covers individuals, so to speak, unless that willful misconduct is present. The second item that I see is the ability, and help me out here, for individuals to immunize. There was another, I can't get it, I can't get a full screen view.
I can jump in, Mr. Leyva.
There was one other point that I was trying to make, Ms. Wamsley, and it had to do with the immunizers, but I can't see it. I can't move my page. I'm sorry. So while you take it, I'll take a look.
Yeah, so the other amendment with the Fifth Amendment allows for a healthcare professional or the individual that holds an active license and ability to administer immunizations in another state to administer immunizations in any state. So for example, it would allow a pharmacist without an Arizona license potentially to, if they were licensed in another state and their license was in good standing, to immunize in Arizona without an Arizona license. There is some training requirements here, including documentation of the completion of the CDC training module, as well as some assessment of work if the individual has not, I'm losing the page number here, but there's some assessment of criteria supervision for a period of time. I know we've got some things available through the NABP passport already, but I think there are probably some individuals that may want to leverage this. And I don't know if this is appropriate for us to take a position on or not, but it's something certainly that is circulated that was passed last week.
It may be something to consider adding to the COVID-19 task force and questions that are posed, because the first part to me isn't new, and then the clarification on the second part about people coming in, that does put a little bit of a spin to it. And I don't know if board staff wants to comment if there's anything that raises concern there. If you were to get questions today on this, what direction would we be giving them? Because it'll probably happen.
The current direction, or the direction up to this point, has been to obtain an NABP passport and apply for emergency authorization to work.
Do you feel this would, Jennifer, change what can be done?
I think that's a question that we're looking to the board members to help address.
Yeah. I think what I might propose is that it is brought up and discussed at the next COVID task force meeting. But that's just one idea. I'll open up to board members with that, because it is quite lengthy, and you can see I couldn't even find the place that I was looking for, because it is quite lengthy.
The one catch that I have here is the idea behind the HHS preemptions are that they preempt state law that is more strict. So just like tech immunizations, where we were in the process, the idea is that this would supersede state law. I don't know that we're ready to take a position, but I also don't want to stand in the way of qualified individuals immunizing.
Right.
And it's only for immunization. So they couldn't work like in a pharmacy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the mechanics of giving an immunization don't change as you cross the line from Arizona to Colorado or vice versa. So I see that. As long as you're talking immunization and being trained. I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
If there were to be an issue, would they follow up with their own board or with us? I suspect their own board.
On board.
The challenge becomes that will the patient know what board to contact?
I think we would have to refer it.
If we know about it. If the PrEP Act allows them to come here without us knowing that they're in our state to practice to give immunizations, we don't know who to contact. The only way we'll know who to contact is if they go through us.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure they have to, but there's a lot of information in this article.
Agreed.
Has there been talk of another COVID task force, I think, as we approach, not another one, but another meeting, as we approach the phase 2, when activity is going to pick up across the board, it might be a good idea to see if there's more questions or more information that needs to be discussed, and then incorporate this document into it. I did defer that question to the chair of the task force or to board staff.
I am totally willing to have another task force meeting if we need to. Jennifer, is this all the questions that we have that are pending at this point?
I did receive an additional question today, but it is something that does not need to be reviewed by the task force. So yes, these are the questions we have currently.
So with the other PrEP Act, before we move on, we did make a statement as the board that we acknowledged and supported the PrEP Act. This is an amendment to it. So the logic would follow that we would support and acknowledge the amendment to the PrEP Act. PrEP Act 5th Amendment. So there's been 5. That would be board members where I'm leaning on that, but I'm open to discussion as well.
I agree with you. I understand the concern with being able to track individuals down and things like that, but I also know that the purpose of the PrEP Act is really to serve as countermeasures to do everything that's possible to end the pandemic. So I would be in support of that as well.
Board members, any concerns of being in support of the PrEP Act 5th Amendment? If not, I'd make a motion to acknowledge and be in support of the PrEP Act 5th Amendment by our board members.
Do we need a motion on that? Is that something that we have to do?
We did on the first one, but Ms. Galvin, what do you think?
We don't have much of a choice in it.
I know it's federal law.
So we can move on.
Yeah, I don't think you have
Okay.
to.
So board staff, any questions on that?
So just to confirm, Ms. Walmsley, are you still in favor of having a COVID task force down the line?
If we don't need to address this right away, I think we just play it by ear based on the number of questions that you get. I mean, if there are things that need to be handled urgently, I think we certainly need to do that, you know, as quickly as possible, which was the purpose of having the task force versus having it all go to the full board. So I would leave it to your discretion to let me know if you feel like there's a need for it, and I'm certainly willing to participate and share.
With the initial PrEP Act, we made a statement on our board website that we were in support of it. Maybe that's all we need to do because people are going to have questions. I think we said we acknowledge and support it. Okay, moving on. 34B.
So 34B4 is the USP came out with a COVID-19 vaccine handling toolkit. We're just posting this here for information, for your information. There is a second version that has been released. The link to this toolkit is on the board's website in the COVID FAQ resources section. That link will take the user directly to the most updated version. So we're posting it here as information. The same applies to 34B5, a resource from ISMP, learning from errors with the new COVID-19 vaccines. That is also in the COVID resources section of the website.
Board members, any questions or discussion on that? I think definitely good resources.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for adding those to the website. I think it's great that we're proactively providing these resources to the public. So thank you. Good job.
Okay. Jennifer or board staff, is there anything on the agenda to go back for now that I think tomorrow we'll pick up with a couple conferences. Is that right? A hearing and some conferences.
Correct.
Any special requests that can be done today, or do we want to pick those up tomorrow? Schedule for tomorrow. Okay. All right. With that, I will ask for a call to the public, and Lynn, you let us know if there's any questions that come in.
Mr. President, we have one question that has come in, the 602 number.
Okay.
Mr. President, it's Roger Morris. I'm not sure if I think I'm the only one.
Yes, good afternoon.
Had a couple of quick comments for the board based on the discussions today. I think the idea of a generalized task force to look at a number of the regulation updates is terrific. I do think you're going to need to have enough invitations to various stakeholders of different interests to be able to make that happen. I think the long-term care task force is going to be different than perhaps the square footage people, but it's one task force, but a number of interests will be very helpful. I had a couple of things to point out for that task force, just as a note. One of the questions that Mr. Solari came to is, we have these people building hospitals and micro hospitals, and why aren't they getting approvals ahead of time? One of the things that we're going to have to deal with is the idea that when someone asks the board for a deviation, they're required and get an approval for a pharmacy permit, they have to open within 6 months. I know it can be extended, but many of these construction projects are longer. So there might need to be some way to get an approval well in advance of these construction projects to be able to make that happen. The second one that I wanted to point out was with regard to the DEA Form 106 and the issue on R423-1003 with the report. Because the Arizona statute requires the filing of the DEA 106 for it, and most companies will not file two different DEA 106s. No one wants to file a 106 with the Board of Pharmacy and a separate one with the DEA. You want to have some consistency. The area of opioid and controlled substance loss and pilferage is a difficult one for most, and to the extent that we can be identical to the DEA and perhaps have a supplemental document, it would be phenomenally better than trying to have two different systems that exist. The other piece I wanted to point out to the board is this board has historically allowed pharmacies to file the 106 to the Board of Pharmacy contemporaneously with when they file with the DEA. So many companies have as policies pursuant to agreements with the board that they can file them. They don't have to file them within 10 days. They can file them when they file with the DEA. So you may need to change some of those informal and historical agreements that the board has allowed to make those happen. And then the last comment I wanted to make was with regard to the application process. When I heard that there are 7 of 10 applications that have some errors with it, that's an extraordinary number and it's scary. I wanted to comment because I work with a lot of clients who file applications in lots of different states. The Arizona board is relatively good with those applications, and I mean that very much as a compliment. A lot of other states, there are requests to file the same document 3 and 4 times, upload things. I can give you literally hundreds of examples of communications coming back from other boards that the boards lost materials, apologized for losing it, or things that are there. So as difficult as some of these things sound, the Arizona board has done an excellent job with it. That's the end of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Lynn, before we adjourn for today, recess for today, are there any other call to the public?
There are no more callers.
Okay, so thank you for a good day, team. We will pick up tomorrow morning and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.